Let's go, girls. Good morning, everybody. It's 9 a.m. and it's day 17 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Today is a super short day, so we're going to go back to the beginning and watch a few very key things just to establish where some opinions, ideas, all this stuff comes from. So we're going to get right into it. It's a really short day today in the court. So here we go. Hey, Rio. Hey, Caitlin. Thank you guys for being here. Good morning, Kitty. And here we go. Let's share this from Boston.
Clancy. All right. Before we get going, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Uh-oh. Sidebar. Right away. All right. So we have a sidebar. Boop, boop, boop. Like literally before anything happened. Sidebar, which went on for quite a while. You can see she looked concerned there. We don't know why. Something is going on. More sidebar. Now we're starting. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome our brand new mod, Angie.
Nice to see
Please
you
be
again. I know I
kind.
just
Please
spoke
be
to you probably about
kind.
10
She's a
minutes
brand
ago.
new.
But again, I want to ask you those questions, then we'll talk a little bit about what our schedule is today and for the rest of the week. All right, so first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to our schedule today, you're allowed to kind of roll your eyes because I'm going to say we're going to have kind of a short day today. All right? And that is, as I talked to you yesterday about an issue that has nothing to do with any of the attorneys in this case. All right? It's just something we're going to work out, and I anticipate it will be worked out so that tomorrow you should count on a lengthier day. All right? I've talked to counsel earlier this morning in regards to where we are in regards to the schedule and the timeline. We are still, if not on schedule, still ahead of schedule. All right? And this delay that we may have a little bit this afternoon won't affect that. All right? So I just kind of wanted to let you know that I appreciate it. I know you came in here this morning. It's going to be a short day, but also gear up for a longer day tomorrow. Okay? And so with that, the other thing is I told you it's got nothing to do with any of the attorneys, but it's also or the parties. So you're not to speculate about what this might be. It's also you're not to hold it against either of the parties in regards to this. All right. If you're going to hold it against anybody, you can hold it against me. All right. So with that, we're going to return now to the evidence in this case. And Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sheila Kavanaugh, please.
Okay, so this is the chaplain that met with Lindsay. And let's listen in on that. Yeah, I know, Sage. Yeah. I thought they were coming back. They never came back. So, yeah. Now, when I was listening to this lady this morning while I was cooking breakfast and everything, this is not what I pictured her looking like. At all.
Good morning. Just face Madam Clerk, raise your right hand, please.
All right, well, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, I just ask you to speak into that microphone and keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Sheila Kavanaugh, Cavanaughh.
This
And,
lady is a,
what
is
town
a
do
whole
you live
Saturday
in?
Night Live episode.
I live in the town of Belmont, Massachusetts.
And what are you doing for work now?
I am a board
Nighty-night,
certified
T.
chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
And I didn't know that there were board certified chaplains. What does that mean?
Well, to become board certified, you need minimally a master's degree in theology or divinity. You need to complete 1,600 hours of training post your master's degree. 1,200 of those hours are occur in a clinical setting, and 400 of those hours are in a classroom setting where we study various disciplines: psychology, sociology, philosophy, theology, and ethics. Beyond that training, we need to acquire 2,000 hours of additional clinical training before we can even apply for board certification. And we have to demonstrate mastery of 30 competencies before we go to a national board and they
Wild.
make the assessment. I also need an ecclesiastical endorsement. And in my case, that was from the Archdiocese of Boston, from Cardinal Sean O'Malley.
And before you obtained the board certification in your education to allow you to be a chaplain, what did you do for work?
Prior to becoming a chaplain, which is a second career for me, I was a senior vice president at Fidelity Investments in Boston.
Makes sense.
And how long were you senior VP at Fidelity?
16 years.
And are you married?
I am.
You have a family?
I do. My husband and I are the parents of 4 adopted children. When I was pursuing my master's degree at Boston
Right,
College,
Grace?
it was a 3-year master's, but it took me 5 years because we adopted our 4th child while I was in graduate school. She was a 14-year-old girl from Bogota, Colombia.
And
Bogota.
how long have you been working
Bogota,
now as a chaplain
Colombia.
at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
7 years.
In the course of your duties as a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital, did circumstances bring you in contact with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, they did.
Can you tell the jurors what happened?
I arrived on the morning of Wednesday, January 25th, 2023.
She doesn't
I
allow her
arrived at
teeth
approximately
move away
8:30
from
that
each other.
morning
when
because
she's
I
talking.
was there to relieve the
Yes.
overnight chaplain who was carrying the pager. I was taking over the pager
she opened her
shift,
whole ass
which
mouth
went
there.
from 9 to 1 p.m., although I was working a full day. When I arrived that morning, she said to me,
Pager
"Did you
time."
hear the news?" And
Okay.
Ah, psh, psh.
So you can't, you got to object, so you can't say what someone told you, okay? That's
Oh,
called hearsay?
okay.
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 So I can say, as a result of the conversation with that person, what happened?
I was summoned to the Director of Spiritual Care's office,
Did you
and
have a conversation with her?
I did.
All right. And as a result of that conversation, what did you do?
I went to Unit 8C in the Tower Building of Brigham to meet with Lindsay Clancy.
And what time of day was this?
Roughly between 8:30 and 9:30 that morning.
And when you went in to see Lindsay, what did you observe?
Well, the unit itself was filled with law enforcement officers, both outside the doors of the unit. There was Brigham security, but the unit itself was flooded. There were people from Plymouth County, Boston City Police, Brigham security.
Kind of, right?
So I had to make my way through concentric circles of law enforcement to even get to the room.
Makes me
I was
want a hot
permitted
dog
to see
bad.
Lindsay, although she could not speak at that time.
And what was her condition that you observed?
She was dressed in medical armor. She had tubes. She was intubated. She had bandages.
Good morning, Tito.
She had a neck brace. She was just covered and layered in equipment that enabled her to breathe.
Now, I'm showing you Exhibit 121 and asking, this may be South Shore, or it could be Brigham and Women's, but is this indicative of what she appeared to be when you first saw her?
That looks like it's from South Shore because yes.
Did she have the same?
Similar.
Very similar?
Very similar.
That,
Yes, very similar.
did you see her again on another date?
I did. I saw her the next day.
All the tubes and
Again,
stuff.
she could not speak. She was intubated as well. That was the first week that she was hospitalized.
When was the next time that you saw her?
The next time I saw her was the following week. I have a calendar here of my visits. I saw her on Tuesday, January 31st, and she had been extubated at that point so she could speak.
So the tube had been removed, she was able to communicate, and that was on January 31st?
I believe she was extubated the weekend of the 28th, but I didn't work that weekend, so I saw her on Tuesday the 31st.
Tell the jurors what you observed and what, if any, conversation you had with Lindsay on the 31st. And let me ask you, how long had it been that they removed the tube?
Perhaps a day or two.
A day or two, okay. Tell the jurors what she said to you.
She continued to look like the photograph you just saw. She was covered, tubes everywhere, the neck brace. Her emotional state was very neutral, a flat affect. But I remember vividly the first thing she said to me. Now, she had heard me for a couple of days. We had been praying together. And so when I went in on Tuesday the 31st, she said to me as I held her hand to comfort her, "I am so glad my children are safe."
Was there any other conversation that you had with her?
I replied theologically to Lindsay, and I said, "Lindsay, your children are safe. They're safe in heaven with God." And I held her hand throughout that conversation, and we prayed for them.
Did she make any other statements to you?
She did. She
Guys,
alluded
this
to
lady
having heard a
dresses
voice.
this way to go to
And
Safeway.
the voice, according to Lindsay, told her that if she did not follow the command, neither
Tito.
she nor her children would be safe.
And did she indicate whether it was a male voice, a female voice, loud, soft?
She alluded to the fact that it was a male voice and it was persistent.
A persistent
Any
male
further
voice.
conversation that you recall about that, not about general things, you know?
That came up several times. I visited Lindsay minimally 14 times while she was hospitalized at the Brigham, and the voice conversation came up several times during several of our visits.
Now, after Lindsay was transferred or cleared to go from Brigham and Women's Hospital, did she go to another facility?
She did. She went to Spalding Rehabilitation Hospital.
And do you know when that was?
That was roughly late February, perhaps around the 23rd.
And did you continue to see Lindsay at Spalding Rehab?
I did.
Do you know when she left Spalding Rehab?
In the late March, early April time frame, perhaps.
Okay. Now, Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Yes,
and
exactly,
Spalding,
Sage.
yes, Spalding Rehab are under the same umbrella of hospitals. Is that right?
They are. So Brigham and Women's Hospital and Spalding Rehab are under the Mass General Brigham complex. So for me to visit Lindsay in Spalding, I was still within the same hospital complex, and her psychiatrist at Spalding, as well as the chaplains, advised me to continue.
You can't say what anybody told you.
Oh, sorry.
So when she was discharged from Spalding
This lady's a
Rehab,
talker.
where did she go?
She went to Tewksbury State Hospital.
And fair to say that that would be back around February. It's been a little more than 3 years, or 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, when you saw her in Spalding Rehab and in Brigham
Night-night,
Women's,
T.
you were
Love ya.
acting in the course of your job. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you're being compensated, you're getting your paycheck and that type of thing. Right?
Yes.
How many times have you seen Lindsay at Tewksbury Hospital?
Perhaps 200 times.
That's a lot.
Tell the jury why you continue to see her for 200.
Sustained.
So, can you tell us how often on a weekly basis you would see her at Tewksbury?
Yes. When Lindsay was admitted to Tewksbury State Hospital, I continued to see her on a weekly basis. We had built up a very comfortable, respectful rapport, and I felt it was in her best interest to continue that as she healed. She was still in deep grief. She was suffering.
Sustained.
So,
That opinion will be stricken.
so did she express anything about her children and their loss over that period of 200 times that you saw her thereabouts in Tewksbury?
Objection.
No, overruled.
There we go.
Yes.
He asked the
Public
question.
hearings.
Lindsay talks frequently about her children. She loves them deeply. She carries immense grief.
Objection.
Overruled. Next question.
And has that continued to your observation?
It continues presently.
When was the last time that you saw Lindsay in Tewksbury?
Just prior to
Right,
the
Sage?
trial starting.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth?
Commonwealth? Commonwealth?
Excuse me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You were talking about
I'm cranky.
on January 25th, 2023, when you first saw Lindsay in direct examination, and you said that there were a lot of police officers in the area, correct?
Yeah, we're going to
Correct.
clarify.
But you mentioned that some of them were security personnel from the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that the security personnel for the hospital don't work for the state police, the Duxbury Police, or the Plymouth County DA's office, correct?
Correct.
So they're separate and apart from law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Me too, Tito.
And then are you
I gotta
also
slow it
aware
down.
that on January 25th, 2023, there was a search warrant being executed to collect evidence from the defendant and from the belongings that she had at the hospital?
No, I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that that collection of the search
No, I
warrant
was not
required
aware.
state police and personnel from the crime lab to be present for the collection of evidence?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that following that, at any given time, there were only 2 officers, either Duxbury Police, State Police, or Plymouth County Sheriffs,
No.
at her room, the defendant's room, at any given time?
I do recall that.
And they were stationed outside of her room, correct, in the hallway?
Yes.
So that the only time you saw this large amount of officers present was on the 25th, when there were security from the hospital and search warrants being executed, correct?
Perhaps.
Now, you mentioned that on January 31st, 2023, you spoke to the
You
defendant.
can't put that genie
and
back in
she
the bottle.
told you that she heard a voice telling her that if she did not follow the command, neither she nor her children would be safe, correct?
Correct.
You wrote very detailed notes that are contained in the Brigham and Women's Hospital records regarding your interactions with Lindsay Clancy, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in all of these notes that detail every time you interacted with her, you never once wrote that she told you she heard a voice or what that voice said, correct?
Correct.
And you also said that this voice, talking about the voice, came up in several of your meetings, correct?
Correct.
And you never once wrote about any of it in any of your very detailed notes, correct?
Well, chaplain notes are not verbatim transcripts of patient conversations. I'm not there to evaluate the patient. I'm there to bear witness to their suffering.
Okay, but the question was, you did not document those statements in your notes, correct?
Correct.
But you did document some other statements in those notes, correct?
Perhaps.
For example, on February 6th, 2023,
I think it's disrespectful
in a note
as
that
fuck.
you wrote regarding
Like,
your interaction
even
with
if that
the
was your
defendant,
normal,
you
stop
said
it.
that, or you wrote, Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again, end
Hey,
quote.
Leanie.
She continued to express her fears of how her
Good morning,
inability
Irish.
to walk may make her vulnerable to others in the future. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 9th, 2023, that the defendant was sitting in a chair adjacent to her bed and appeared to be visibly engaged, energized, and hopeful than in previous visits? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also wrote in that note, Lindsay spoke hopefully of being discharged when the time arrives to Spalding, correct?
Correct.
And then in February 13th, 2023, you wrote in your note that Lindsay also expressed hopefulness in relation to her physical progress. She feels she has gained considerable physical strength and agility despite an inability to move her legs. She admitted that she feels, quote, deserving of this, end quote, in light of recent events. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Morning, Anna.
Do you remember on February 16th, 2023, that you wrote in a note that the defendant expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding and seemed uplifted that she would be cared for in a facility with an excellent reputation?
Yes.
Do you recall writing on February 16th, 2023, that Paula, the defendant's mother, and Lindsay, the defendant, were playing a card game as they communed quietly, and that Lindsay expressed hopefulness with the news of her anticipated discharge to Spalding
Good morning,
and
Lisa.
seemed uplifted?
Yes.
Yes, Katie.
And again, you've got all these details about her feelings and her thoughts and what she's doing, but nothing about the voices that you spoke of so many times, correct?
Correct.
And speaking of Spalding, you continued to visit her at Spalding,
Like,
correct?
she's
Yes.
a chaplain.
In those
She's
conversations
representing
with her at
God.
Spalding, did she tell you that how in those first weeks at Spalding, that part of her physical therapy, she was working out with a yellow exercise band? No?
I don't recall her telling me that.
Did she tell you that during that time at Spalding, she reached out to a social worker there and asked for help filling out SSDI paperwork to get an income?
That would be beyond the scope of our conversation.
She didn't tell you those things.
No.
Thank you.
So, counsel has asked you
It's not a
about her
crime to
filling out
apply to the
form
state for disability.
SSDI. Were you aware of what expenses her family and were incurring as a result of her physical incapacity, paralysis, and being in the hospital?
From my experience with thousands of patients, I had a very clear idea of the enormous expense.
There's a difference between, as the district attorney very appropriately referred to, that your comments were about her thoughts and her appearance and her feelings. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's a difference, however,
Tito.
between privileged communications with a chaplain and observations
hearing
of
that
a
too.
person's feelings and thoughts, correct?
Correct.
Tell the jury what effect
Thank you, Anna. It's
privileged
not a
communication
personal
has
preference.
when someone talks to you personally as a chaplain.
Because I'm not a medically trained clinician, I approach patients in a vortex of trust. Some of our
vortex
chaplains
of
at the
trust.
Brigham are ordained clergy. And so there's this understanding that when a patient interacts with a chaplain, the conversations are confidential.
Do you put them in medical records?
No.
The words, like Lindsay indicated that she felt uplifted, I think the counsel read that twice. Were those your notes, or is that what she said to you? Did she say, I feel uplifted, or is that your
That was my
observation?
perception of Lindsay. It was not her words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Como?
You said you're not allowed to put the defendant's words in your medical records. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. It's not that I'm not allowed. It's an understanding, and it's a conversation that's held in confidence with the patient.
Then why are there direct quotes in these medical records from the defendant?
What that
Well, they're not
means.
verbatim transcripts.
No, not a transcript of the whole conversation, but you put phrases in quotes.
Here we go.
For example, on February 6, 2023, where it says Lindsay welcomed the visit and shared her fears of, quote, not being able to walk again. So those were her words in your note, in quotes, in the medical record, correct?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
I use my best judgment.
Thank you.
I would move to have these submitted as the next.
Yes.
exhibit.
Oh my God. So
You
this
can
is
note
this is
about
a smoking
the
gun.
witness
Obviously,
and your
guys,
interactions
a
with
paralyzed
Ms.
woman
Clancy
said
at
to the
Any
chaplain,
objection?
"I fear I may
Need
never
to be
walk
admitted?
again." That got put into the medical
have no
notes
further questions,
for people
sorry.
to maybe help her with that.
Ms.
And
Grayson, go ahead.
I have no further questions.
guilty.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. May step down. All right, counsel, can I see it?
Sidebar.
Case, watching anything, just don't do it.
He's
all right?
dismissing the jury
And
again.
when you leave here today, just drive, go home, wherever you're going to go, and plan on
just
being back here
that
tomorrow
woman's
morning,
testimony today.
at 9 o'clock. The plan would be that it will be it will be a longer day than today. I appreciate you coming
Tomorrow's
in
a
here
long
today.
day.
We moved the case a little bit today, and I appreciate that. So we were able to do that. I hope everybody has a nice afternoon and evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning for a longer day. And just remember those instructions from the moment you leave till the moment you come here tomorrow. Okay? Again, thank you so much.
All rise, please. Your executive.
Then he says something here, and then they never come back. I just want to play for you what he says here. Sidebar. Oh yeah, the bailiffs. Yeah, their face. They are like, what?
All right. So what we'll do is we'll take a short
Everybody
break
smash
at
the
this
like.
point. We'll come back. We'll do kind of a preliminary charge conference. We're going to which I know counsel knows, but for everybody else, discuss possible jury instructions, suggestions from counsel. Then we can talk about any logistical issues that we have for tomorrow, and then we'll probably recess at that point. All right. So this will be a short recess, and we'll come back up. Thank you.
Oh, they do come back for a bit? Okay, I'll fast forward. So, sidebar. It's actually a recess. Oh, here we go. I missed this when I was in the car. So. All right, here we go. He didn't have to hide his face.
Is then kind of distribute a draft to council so we could have a more focused charge conference next day or so. But I just kind of wanted to get everybody's thoughts or kind of suggestions that they would be seeking the court to instruct the jury on. So kind of what I'll be using will be the model jury instructions, generally the model jury instructions from the March 2026, the latest suggestions from the SJC. And so, Commonwealth, let me kind of hear what your thoughts are, and then I'll hear from the defendant.
So for individual instructions, we have listed opinion testimony, prior inconsistent and prior consistent statements, redactions. I don't think there are too many, but there were some on the death certificates. Stipulations and
Only at
consciousness of
softball
guilt.
tournaments like mother-daughter
Instruction.
bows. That's where I've seen it.
In terms of what we're looking for for the charges,
Cheerleading.
we're looking for an instruction on first and second, with the theories of first being both deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. In terms of the criminal responsibility instruction, we're asking that the instruction regarding intoxication not be given, because from our perspective, there's been no evidence of intoxication by drugs and or alcohol
Interesting.
during the killings. There's testimony, and I think there'll be more testimony about the defendant taking pills after killing the children. And before killing the children, she was on low-dose prescription, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline that was recently increased to 20 milligrams, but there's no real evidence of whether or not she actually increased that dose. And then it was a low dose of trazodone and a low dose of, I believe, Valium. So those were prescribed medications that she had reported no side effects from, and I believe in the text with her mother, she said that she was still waiting to actually feel effects from those. So there's no evidence of intoxication from those drugs. And then the only intoxication potentially could be when she took pills after killing the children. And even those amounts from the toxicology are low-level amounts. So we're asking that the instruction on intoxication not be given.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to ask the defendant as well, because I did read through those, and I was trying to find
Oh, that's not the one that wears the bow,
definition
though, Sage.
of intoxication
There's Bo.
as it applies.
She's got it up in
the
a bun
homicide
today with the
instructions.
bow.
Most of the cases that I was able to find so far is the dealing with the OUI statute, Chapter 90, and trying to find the real definition in regards to that. Is it the Commonwealth's position that the intoxication is beyond what was the considered effect of the drugs? Because if you know what I'm saying, so if she takes, if a defendant, I don't mean to personalize it, if a defendant takes prescription drugs and it
Oh, the bow's
does
there, though, chewing.
create some effect, would that be
No, of course
considered
not, Tito.
intoxicated for the instruction?
I don't believe so. I think in the instructions it talks about having being intoxicated to the point where it affects your state of mind or ability to control yourself. I think intoxication, especially where there's not a specific definition given in the homicide instructions, I think you go to the general definition of intoxication, which would not just be taking medication as prescribed, but it would be over taking medication or combining
Taking
with
a
alcohol or
Valium
other
and a
drugs,
trazodone at the
similar
same
to
time,
the
I don't know that that's
instructions in,
prescribed.
OUIs, operating under the influence of alcohol and drugs. I think you would have to go to that definition.
Hi,
the
Stacey.
general definition of intoxication if it's not specifically defined in the instructions. And I think the general definition of intoxication is taking some type of substance, either alcohol, drugs, medication, in excess and to the point where it's affecting your ability to think and to act and to control your behavior.
All right. All right. Anything, so I've got opinion, prior, consistent, prior, inconsistent, redaction, stipulations, consciousness of guilt, first, second, extreme atrocity, deliberate premeditation, and the criminal responsibilities without the subparagraph of the
Yeah,
paragraph
no, it's
regarding
awful, Sage.
intoxication.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington?
Exactly, Stacy.
I don't know if the government has been listening to the same evidence in this case, this is clearly an involuntary intoxication defense, at least as far as the judge's charge to the jury, based upon the evidence that's been presented, whether or not it's what we would argue is the over prescription of the medications, whether or not it's the side effects of the medications, whether or not it's the titration or the termination or the immediate cessation of the medications against what normal medical advice would be. All of those factors contribute to the state of mind of Ms. Clancy that was expressed to a lot of people, family members, people that knew her. She had indicated, I think Your Honor knows the evidence, repeatedly indicated that she was affected by the benzos. She was felt that she was being addicted to the benzos, trying to get off the benzos. She indicated that the sertraline was obviously killing her as far as going from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then subsequent to that, when there's additional SSRIs prescribed. To suggest that there's no basis to give the jury the instruction.
And she took it with Valium.
Based on the evidence that is as a result of the involuntary intoxication from narcotics, not alcohol, obviously, from the prescribed narcotics, not illegal drugs. So from the prescription drugs, that's on all fours with a valid defense that they should be instructed as it relates to involuntary intoxication. I think it's the model jury instructions on criminal responsibility. Obviously, if there's any nuances that I would pick up, I would bring that to the court's attention. But I have tried murder case recently with the model jury instructions, and my memory is that I was pretty satisfied. It was Judge O'Shea, I think, actually in this courtroom a year ago, and I was satisfied with the instructions on lack of criminal responsibility. I would, at some point, ask the court to charge on involuntary manslaughter. I'd ask the court to charge on wanton conduct with a component of the impact of the intoxication. So you can't try this case in a vacuum. You can't present the case to the jury. I know the government would like to present the case only on cruelty and atrocity. They probably don't like the statute that allows a jury to determine the degree of murder, which would be first or second. But I think that the evidence is such that a jury should have the option of considering whether or not we're talking about involuntary manslaughter based upon the evidence that's permitted. So
No, me neither.
I would defer to the court on the instructions on cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice of forethought, second degree malice. I would ask the court to consider instructing on involuntary intoxication, to consider
You would think.
on the involuntary manslaughter as a lesser offense, and anything else that I can think of. But right now, that's what I can think of.
All right. Yeah, counsel.
Thank you. The Commonwealth did request first and second degree instructions. It's our position that involuntary manslaughter wouldn't apply here. The evidence is that there was a specific intent to cause the death. So there's nothing that I can think of in the involuntary instruction that would apply here. Going back to the intoxication just for a moment.
Sure.
All of the medications, most of the medications that defense counsel talked about that the defendant was having reactions to and side effects from were before her hospitalization at McLean Hospital, and she was weaned off of that last one, the Seroquel, while she was in McLean Hospital, and then she was without those medications, and they're out of her system for 3 weeks, and she's just on those other 3 medications. So the intoxication that matters is not what happened in the fall and before McLean, it's what happened on the day of the incident. It's similar if it's an OUI, it doesn't matter if you were drunk in November, it matters if you're drunk on the date of the incident. So what matters here is that January 24th, 2023, and those other drugs and the effects that they caused to her aren't relevant to what happened on that day, as they've been out of her system for at least 3 weeks at that point.
All right, so the Commonwealth's position would be that the relevant analysis is what she was taking on or around that January 24th.
But still, those 2 drugs in combination is going to make somebody basically intoxicated, period.
Yeah, good, sure.
It occurred to me, again, as I said, it's only fresh in my mind from a case I had here last year. I know the model jury instructions indicate, and I'm trying to find it in here, that there's supposed to be consideration of a chalk for the court to write out the elements of the
I don't know,
offense of
Joanne.
first-degree murder, cruelty and atrocity, premeditated malice of forethought, et cetera. And I would ask that you not do that. I don't think that it's appropriate. I think it highlights, if you will, in simplistic terms, premeditated malice of forethought. I think you and I, we just had a murder case last year on another matter, and I mean, I heard your instructions. You're very forceful with the elements of the offense, and I just don't think we need to have this appendix or whatever you want to call it. And again, I did object to that with the Judge O'Shea. We did not submit the instruction list, cookbook, or whatever you want to call it, to the jury. So I think that the court's instructions would be sufficient. I would not want to have that chalk that is referenced in the model instructions. That's discretionary. It's not obligated.
Right.
They just say that it might be helpful for the court to give the jury some type of a checklist. But I don't think we should reduce instructions on a murder case to a checklist. And I'm just afraid that what happens is that jurors then take the checklist, as it were, and they kind of look at it or consider it, and they just do exactly that. It's a checklist. So I would ask that you not do that.
All right, just so Counsel, my general practice is not to have that kind of list.
Yeah, I remember
I
that, yeah.
generally don't, but I also generally will provide a copy of the instructions to each juror. So they'll have their own full copy, and they can follow along, because the three of you know they're lengthy and kind of dry. So they'll have those with them. But I'll like I said, I generally don't do that chart. All right, so anything else in regards to the instructions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so my plan would be to have at least a rough draft available for counsel tomorrow.
Okay.
So you at least have that, and depending on the timing and where we go in regards to the actual closings, we'll have the opportunity for you to review those, go over the draft, and then any kind of objections or suggestions you want to make, we'll have a chance to do that. But so you'll have, again, it's a rough draft. That's all I can tell you, and nothing's in stone, but at least give you an idea kind of where I'm coming from.
Do you think, logistically, Your Honor, that with the presentation of Dr. Resnick and then the government having their three doctors, hopefully we finish the evidence tomorrow, we would be closing Monday?
I would expect either Monday or Tuesday. I mean, if the parties may need, I'll leave, we can talk about that. But, my old experience, there's been a lot of evidence and there's a lot of witnesses. And so if the parties feel that they need like a day to kind of marshal their thoughts, we could talk about that. So either probably Monday or Tuesday. We could talk about that tomorrow. All right? Anything else we need to address, you think?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and so tomorrow we'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Hopefully we'll start with Dr. Resnick, and then, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. You just kind of looked, I thought, so that would be the thought, and then we'll just kind of go from there. If the defendant rests, the Commonwealth can then present their witnesses, and if it's not done by Friday, we go into Monday, and that may mean closings and charge on Tuesday.
Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Verino will be here, yes, to set up the Zoom.
So you're not going to trust me to set that up this time? I think that's a good move.
Me.
All right. All right. So thank you, everyone. And so we'll be in recess until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right. So that brings us to the end of today's court, which was really short. And then I just got sent this. So there was an actual rally outside of the court. Let me put this up instead. in support of Lindsay. And let's see what Reddington had to say there.
The support for Lindsay Clancy out here.
I have no words.
No words.
It's amazing.
What are you going to tell her when you get in there before court starts about what's out here?
Well, I'll tell her what's out here. That's all I can say. I like your outfit. It looks
Thank
good.
you. What do you plan to do today before you rest your case?
Cross-examine their experts. They're going to put them on today. And then I'll probably have a Zoom tomorrow with one more witness.
Okay. Do you expect court to go again for the rest?
The argument should be Monday, hopefully.
Okay. How do you think it's going, your case?
Never predict, I mean, we got jurors that are spending literally 5 weeks of their time on this case,
press.
which I love that. I think it's amazing. It's been going good.
You've been here weeks and you've been having your eyes on the jury. They've been taking lots of notes. What are you thinking? Do you feel confident that they're
very, very attentive, and they're putting a lot of work. They always do. They put a lot of work into the case. It's very moving for them. They don't forget it.
Mr. Reddington, what's your message to all these folks who are here today?
Thank you. That's all I can say. It's amazing.
Love you, Kevin.
Kevin, are you surprised at just how much attention this case has gotten? I mean, people are coming from Maine.
It's
Wow.
the message. It really is. It's the message that just has reverberated, throughout the whole country.
What is that
Reddington's
message?
fighting for women's rights.
No, I
for
don't. I
healthcare.
think that it's the mental health system. I hate to use the word health care because, unfortunately, in this case, we can see it hasn't been health care, and I think that it shines a light on this issue. I mean, when a woman is going through what so many people do, and they go to a doctor, and the doctor says, here, take this pill, take that pill, take this pill, and then they basically treat them for 15, 20 minutes and send them on their way. It's just not right.
And to those who can't wrap their heads around sympathizing with a mother who killed her 3 children, what do you say to them?
I think it's almost like when you're picking a jury, and sometimes somebody will say, well, I don't agree with, this allegation of murder. I mean, none of us do. But that's what we have juries for. They pass between the government and a defendant to see if they can prove their case.
What do you think of
This support, and what does she think of this support?
I'm going to go in and see her right now. I'm sure that she is, and if she isn't, she will be. And
What do you think about?
She's so beat up and just so sad, but this will really help her out, I think.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
We love her.
What do you think about
I will.
you being the advocate for all women right now?
I'm not an advocate.
You are. But you are. But you are.
Come here and get to work.
But you are.
What do you think of the support for Lindsay?
They were not anticipating that outside of the courtroom. I could tell you that. Yeah, we'll go to this one now. Yeah, that's what happened before court this morning. Kind of a little mini rally outside the courthouse there. And yeah, so what I want to do is I want to go back to day 1 of the trial. I want you guys to see the opening statements, and I want you to see day 1 of Patrick's testimony. What? Oh my goodness, Buddha Fly, thank you. I completely missed that. Thank you very, 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 very much for that very generous super chat. Yeah. He does seem like a humble guy. He does. I appreciate him very much.
What I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right. Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit. So
You'll hear testimony about to see. Callan was just 8 months old.
So we're going to go
Always smiles.
back to the beginning. Here we go. This is opening statements, of course, first from the prosecution.
She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning.
So this is where the bows comment came from. Literally, in the first two sentences out of the district attorney's mouth, the deputy DA's mouth, in her opening statement, while she is wearing a bow, talking about Cora wearing bows.
Her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old, always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them, they're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you'll be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence, and during the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023.
I know, right, Sage?
It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays. So on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup. And so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. The defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text to Cora and her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he was working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m.,
Eleni.
the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched Takeout 3V, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3V restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she called CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner. It was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they're dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down, eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling.
One of the key things for me in this entire claim is that he's looking for his kids, he's looking for his wife. He goes upstairs, opens the bedroom door, sees blood everywhere, sees the bed ajar, the window's open. He doesn't go to the window to look out it. He then goes downstairs to find her outside. Now, he claimed that she was mumbling and talking. This is a he said, she said moment. It's not evidence. That's his claim.
At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone
5
with
minutes.
911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told him they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement.
She told him that while she was unconscious and couldn't talk.
With an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says he killed the kids. Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital.
I feel the
where he died
worst
3 days
for the
later on
baby.
January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed.
Superficial, she says in her
We expect
opening
during
statement.
the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from the so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her.
Mm-hmm.
Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You'll see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant
Because nobody has ever kept doing daily activities as a mom while going through shit.
Every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. Somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully.
Strict.
Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard.
Yeah.
It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to
it's just
maintain
hard,
control, she
period.
withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape,
she's a control
she
freak.
made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system.
Absolutely, it
This case
is.
is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way.
No, she tried, as we know now. But I just want you to see what they're trying to set up at the beginning.
And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora
Reddington
Clancy,
is already itching
Dawson
to get
Clancy,
up and start talking.
and Callan Clancy,
He's mad.
because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do.
Here we go.
Your Honor, I might use the easel. May it be placed in front of the TV screen so that the jurors are able to? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, probably don't remember it, but it's old language, it goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government, them. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time. Your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors,
Right.
take the job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case. And thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what is told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here, listen to their evidence. But I suggest to you that the issue of consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade. High school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You can hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate, watched what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life, what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily, you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life.
Yeah.
They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married. Bought a nice house. And, people say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you'll be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, that were working in Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. and he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom, but he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife. The wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum. You can hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant. You don't put them on Zoloft. You don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked for, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say. And remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point to different aspects of a case to show guilt, to show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches, you'll hear, stated in the opening statement, or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was after the horrific act in the basement, and that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. And when she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Fake suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin.
Guys, these are graphic
Photograph
pictures.
showing
Please
see evidence
take
of this.
care of yourself.
The bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. Next to the cup, sadly, a gift saying "because kids." You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed up with leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months.
Lack of sleep
More
alone.
photographs.
Lack of sleep alone will do that. I know the knife didn't have her prints on it. I mean, it's just so many questions.
Suicide, speculation by the police. You'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. And the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence.
So many questions, Rika.
Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when you get thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids. And she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room with the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess.
Thank you, Megan.
Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed, standing there. She's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said, that she heard voices, after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel.
Good question, mother of cats.
I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest and will suggest that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital? You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government.
Rika, send me that link.
FBI, CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me. He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. So Lindsay, as soon as she came out of her coma, she is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know is, where's my family? And then she told her about what happened.
It does look like that, Rika.
About the command voices. And this is well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, by the way, remember in the open, the government said she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal or post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky. As time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription to Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it anymore.
Oh, like a good mom.
And was spun out of control. Well, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people, she was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them, we're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids, will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government latches onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicate her life to helping people and be a good person, a good nurse, and a great mom. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And the government will say, God, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of the hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, we have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science. And they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at the Cape Cod, down the Cape with the kids. And they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up, if you will, with Dr. Jennifer Tufts. Early October of 22, initial appointment. October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so
This is a great timeline.
and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feelings. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you got to go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving,
Right, that's what
she's
they're trying to
reporting this association and
This
confusion
timeline is
around.
beautiful.
This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids to help because she was walking around absolutely a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you.
Presty, thank you for
She
being
dealt with
here,
her
and
parents.
thank you
Her
for
parents
taking
were there
care
to
of
try to
yourself,
help.
my friend.
Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse
Bye.
Gelada.
This happens
She's now
all
gonna
the
be your person
time.
you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence. Do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who's now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams. November 30th.
That's the
December 6th,
Seroquel.
diazepam, 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam,
Hey, Astrid.
5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is they then suggest that what she has to do is go to
Everybody hit the
Mass
like
General
as you
Hospital.
come
She goes
in.
to Mass General
Make
Hospital.
sure you're
At Mass
subscribed.
General, they say, well, you can do like a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers and they talk. And they look at her medication and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear because the medications can be affecting you. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to that hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor.
That's
once.
amazing, Rika.
There's no discussion of medications until the very end. You'll see the medical records. You'll look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th, on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Corin. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Gelada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service.
No, this is the opening statement. We're just rewatching this right now. Today was a really short day, Vicky.
What's up with the medication? Gelada never called them back.
Closing will probably happen on Monday.
That when she and Patrick called Gelada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Gelada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Gelada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd.
Yeah, they're not those ones, Leanie.
During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General.
It's a lot to catch up on, Vicky.
December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. Day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis, thoughts of hurting.
I get that, Vicky.
This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved.
Nope.
This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her. Absolutely. Did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated. Wanted to die. To this day wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning recess at this time. All right, I'm going to ask you to go out. Again, don't discuss the case. We'll be back.
All right, guys. First witness up, Pat Clancy.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right, well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, can you call your first witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right there? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give before the jury, no matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right, Commonwealth, please.
I just want everybody to
Morning.
pay
Can you please
attention
state and spell
here
your name for the record?
to his
Yeah, my name's
demeanor.
Patrick Clancy. It's Patrickclancy.
And what is your date of birth?
15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Like he doesn't have to
Thank you.
point at her.
Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury,
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
where were you
Rika.
working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes,
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
Mm-hmm.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but...
Okay, so you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time, is that correct?
Yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work.
So immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
It was great. It was good.
Good, okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, she was
that a 12-hour
physically
shift?
fucked up still.
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah.
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
Pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not an ideal way, and it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant
Was he
with this
born
second
breech?
pregnancy have,
That's insane.
some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Not some, ma'am.
And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more
Wow.
than traditional 12.
Thank you for
I
that
wanna say it was
info.
13 or 14, maybe more.
Yeah, but the nannies weren't there. They got rid of the nannies.
Page 13. If I may approach.
You may.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves.
Hi, Cuddly Floof.
6,
Welcome in.
and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor?
That's what I
and,
think, Dawn.
Experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work. That's when she struggled. So
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
she just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
Okay. And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes.
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
Okay. And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
Yeah.
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
Okay. So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
Oh, so
when she was showing this anxiety,
this whole time, he's like, "It's fine, fine. Never thought anything."
What were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all three kids, and there's different nap schedules and different needs, so it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work in late August.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time, for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it works out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time. During this time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
Yes.
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts.
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
Okay. But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on
Yeah.
Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
Yawning, bored.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
Together or take turns?
Usually we would take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work shift. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver. But
Okay.
eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Elaine, did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she's amazing.
You like
Now,
that,
during
nanny?
this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool. And they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston-Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
No.
Do you recall what she did?
I'll have to look that one up.
Cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do, or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did there's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work,
Right.
you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor
Yeah.
when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
Do you recall describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Kellen.
And when you were
Because
at that
she was
wedding, do you recall
breastfeeding.
having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown, and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I mean, I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
Just seeing how it went.
Did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And
this guy doesn't
did
notice
you notice
anything.
any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seemed to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that manifesting? What were you noticing?
Thank
Just
you.
small things.
Thank you, Cuddly.
I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
Okay. So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay.
My question is, why is he taking just one of his 3 children to San Francisco? Why is this not a family trip to San Francisco? Like, there's so many things that people start with 10 million fucking theories, but that's weird. It wasn't like Cora was their only child,
And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and just look up when you're finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
Yeah, no, a lot of things don't add up with Patrick. This is why we're rewatching this testimony here.
Did you notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that, like, if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for like 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes.
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. There are worse clips than this. I will pull it
up.
up.
Out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay. So she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7.
Just as a note on how Patrick Clancy in later times spoke about his kids, I want to bring up a snippet here. Okay. Okay, so this is from TikTok. This is Patrick Clancy after running the Boston Marathon. This is after the children passed.
Show you the moments after he crossed the finish line here on Boylston Street as he was emotional. It is his first marathon, and he says it was therapeutic for him. Now, he raised all of that money for Boston Children's, the hospital that treated his youngest son, but sadly none of his 3 children survived. His wife is charged in their deaths. They were all under the age of 5, and today he ran to honor them.
I loved my kids. They were wonderful people. They had a lot of friends. Everybody loved them. And they had short lives, but they had really good lives.
And it is...
I'm sorry. I could see that he's clearly out of breath. He just ran a marathon. Okay. Who describes their dead children as wonderful people? What wonderful people. Wild to me. Let's continue with his testimony here, guys. I got to pop out real quick while you guys are watching the testimony to go walk the dogs. I will be back. But we'll keep going here because I really want you guys to see all of this.
And pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at SW Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yep.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to give it a
Sure,
one.
yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelata said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits, so
Okay.
she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All right.
fine.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just
Sure.
rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then there's another prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26th, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the date again?
October 26th, 2022.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see. Hmm. 30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mhm.
So that aligns with
But the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022, for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
Okay. And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022, 30 pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle, so.
And then just ask you about one more, the trazodone, prescribed on November 16th, 2022, by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
No.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these?
Out of those, yeah. It's possible that not a lot were taken.
Do you recall what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medications she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
Okay. And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we're doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
So we have the photo from the food truck event in Exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event is Exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can I publish?
You may.
So Exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived, in the week before, and then the week after, we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving. Is that right? Correct?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night? A photo of you.
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay.
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022.
So now there are a lot of rumors circulating. There are a lot of rumors circulating about this picture and what he was shown in that moment, right? Because we never see what he's shown, right? And I don't know, but it seems super fishy to me. Super fishy to me, that moment where he's shown this picture. I want to rewind it just a teeny bit to watch his face again.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and
My wife came home
going
and
out to
brought
dinner that
coffee and
night?
donuts.
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. You recognize this photo?
Yeah.
And when was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No.
He's really adamant that he was not out of the house in 2022.
No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay.
I can't tell what she's thinking about there. I have no idea.
About the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You have the first photo of all 5. And then the second one is Exhibit 7? Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
How does he remember nothing?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed, and she was having a really hard time.
I wish we could see that photo that she was shown.
Did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
4 months into the treatment, guys.
She was suicidal. Did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
It definitely wasn't
And
him.
August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Notice how he didn't say no there. He didn't say no. He just said, I don't recall.
Going back to December, she's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyway, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment. It's like she was very worried that Cora had, whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that
He
correct?
is fighting back, Jans. He's been doing it the whole time.
Did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
Delicious. No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes. And
let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
I said, do you find it disturbing? Okay. And she said yes. And she described it as, really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did
You're
she tell
welcome,
you how long she had those thoughts
Michelle.
for?
She didn't give
Thank
a
you for
duration.
being here.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
Yeah.
And did you also, as a result
cuddly
of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Jalada?
Sighing.
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford.
In the opening statement,
just described
her lawyer says that she did it. Now, this is where here's the deal: the case that they're presenting is that she committed these crimes not of her free will, not in a premeditated fashion, but due to the over and incorrect medication that she received and the lack of cohesive treatment. Okay. That she was in a severely damaged mental state and she did not get the help that she needed despite asking for it multiple times. Now, as evidence came out in this case and people got to see the timeline that Patrick presents of the evidence of the things that happened, okay, because we have never heard from Lindsay in any statements, I believe, like describing the exact way she did things. The only thing we have heard is that she thought she was like, it was, oh gosh, I have the wrong glasses on. I was like, why can I not see? It was as if she was watching herself do it, as if it was not hers. She was out of body, right? So the point that Reddington's making is that, like, keeping her in these mental hospitals, the whole point of this trial, okay, she is, the goal for her, I believe, from the case they're presenting, is not for her to be found not guilty. It is for her to be sentenced to live out her days in a mental facility. Like, you're going to go, this is your sentence, like that she will be sentenced by the state. And therefore the state will pay for her to live in this facility, right? I don't think she is trying to get out. Now, as the case has gone on and we see more and more evidence, to me and hundreds of thousands of other people out there, it has become more and more apparent that this man here, Patrick, may have actually done this deed, and possibly with the help of his new wife, his friend who testifies, who, by the way, looks exactly like Patrick in a weird way, and or that guy's wife also, who also, for some reason, also looks like Lindsay. So it's a lot of suppositions. It's a lot of what ifs. But the real deal is that the timeline itself, this half an hour window to strangle her kids, to consume the quetiapine, for that to, like, be fully active in her system, and then the cut, somehow throw herself out the window. And then, yes, even with blood loss, the fact that her body was hypothermic is something that we need, like, an episode of CSI on this, guys. Even with the blood loss that you see clearly in the bedroom and her fall to the ground, okay, the loss of consciousness, there's not a tremendous amount of blood on the ground out there, okay? It would still take a human body longer than, like, let's say that was the last thing that she did, okay? And she was out there for 5 minutes. Let's give her 25 minutes to do all the other shit. If she's out there for 5 minutes before Patrick finds her and then calls the police within 10 minutes, that means she's been exposed 15 minutes to the elements, which, by the way, that evening, the ground temperature was 30 degrees and the air temperature was 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That is not enough time in those temperatures to become hypothermic. For her body temperature to drop from 98.6 to 82 degrees. It's not enough time, even with the loss of blood. That's just science. Okay? So, this is where it all gets really hazy. Okay? We're watching this because I want you guys to see his, his behavior, his demeanor here in real time. Oh, I could do that. I have to pop out the chat for myself because my chat in my thing here stopped working. So there we go. Let's get back to Pat.
She was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me.
Exactly, clueless.
So after her parents came up,
exactly, Vicky.
She said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention.
Were you present for these telehealth visits?
Only a few of them,
no.
And they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay, and that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
My hair's getting crazy.
So the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds correct.
Were you
correct,
concerned for the
Cuddly
kids' safety
Floof.
at that time?
No, I wasn't.
And why not?
Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
No. See, look, the DA is like twisting his words. She says, why'd you leave him alone with her? Because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids. She wasn't going to harm the children. That's why I was like, yeah, it's fine. It's totally fine. And then she's got to like twist it. Oh, she didn't have a plan, right? Correct. Like that's a crazy follow-up question. That's a crazy follow-up question. I mean, it's good for her case.
Directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
Yeah, Allison, for sure.
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And
the way he said that sentence, I don't understand it. I'll be honest with you. Like, it didn't bother him at all, or it didn't bother her that she said it. Like, she was having a total dissociative episode at that point, like a flat affect. Like, well, I just told my dad I want to die, and, whatevs. Like, I would have so many follow-ups. Oh, it keeps pausing. There we go. Hey, Miriam.
Statements. You brought her, or did
Didn't
you bring
bother
yourself
her.
to
Okay.
Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And Did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal,
Hey, Ann.
was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors?
Or by you?
I was always checking with her, and she never told me that she had a plan.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what the doctors asked
100%, Vicky.
And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly.
He doesn't like being from Mass.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay. She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And take them to the doctor, I believe, with you, correct?
Maybe. I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean. And we didn't have a diagnosis, so we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
I wonder what his original goal was. Did he just want her locked up in a Lulu Bim for the rest of her life, or what?
No.
I don't think she did. That's why I'm asking. Exactly, Auntie Judd. I don't think she wants to be in regular society. I think she wants to, be safe. I don't think she considers herself a safe person because of all the ideations.
Taking a selfie at the hospital, is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. They, for some reason, they transferred I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 in the morning.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of
Possibly,
January 1st then of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
One more
How
minute
often
for the
did you see
poll,
her
guys.
there?
Get your answers in there.
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay. And so you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving?
He's bored.
At the
hospital? She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with the doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
Yeah, he was exhausted. Exactly,
Were you
Sage.
aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
Okay. And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings now.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called medication management?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
Yeah, the review is crazy.
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything. Yeah.
That's I would have paid anything.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon recess.
Sidebar. Okay, so they do a whole lunch break. Everybody's back.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Yeah, Rika.
Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up, yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Were you aware?
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Now look at him looking his children. These are his dead children.
Yes.
No emotions. None.
They may be marked.
How do you look at the children the month that they died? Nothing.
Sir, showing you Exhibit 9.
Cora, correct? Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Sidebar.
You could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests at that time.
Cora was into princesses.
Now we're getting some emotion.
She had a lot of friends.
Watch the emotions.
And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2023?
He was into firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Alan. He was only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interests or
He was just a happy baby.
baby? And then just showing you quickly Exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January 2023?
Yes.
That's a super old picture.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
Okay. And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video from the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing Happy Birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a second clip. Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
It's not a clip, it's a soundbite.
Have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far.
More emotion.
From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
This is true.
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she's still struggling.
And
But it's just
did you
strange
ask her
to
during
me
that time if
how
she
he
had
goes back
suicidal
to
thoughts?
completely calculated answers here.
And what was her response?
She told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yeah, kidding.
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that
Now he just
jurors
seems
can follow
pissed.
their movements through the video footage in the video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt,
It's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. And in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here pushing the carriage,
That's me.
and is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see again sidebar?
Sidebar. Sidebar. No, I understand that. My problem is his entire testimony. And many other appearances of him speaking about his children. Have you, Aunt Jut, have you seen the footage of him at the funeral for the children telling a story? The story that he chose to tell was how he convinced Cora to give up her Christmas presents on her birthday because her birthday is Christmas Eve, and how all these other children don't have things. And so he thought that that was the story that everybody should remember Cora by, when he convinced her that she had too many things because his house was shrinking. He had too many of his children had too many things. That seems absolutely insane and telling to me. He literally sold all of their stuff. He cremated them. They are in one singular plot. All of this is very strange. Oh, did I not press play? I did not. I was like, this is really long. I thought I queued it up right to the thing. Sidebar. Boop.
And at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification, and the timeline video as the exhibit.
So just to pause it here, I'm going to play the eulogy, a 3-minute portion of the eulogy that he did for his children, just so that you guys can understand what I'm saying here. Because it's one thing to hold yourself up in court and be like, okay, I need to be strong here. I understand that. This is in a church at the funeral for his 3 children.
Memories of coming to this church over the years. Sometimes we'd come as a family, and then on days when Lindsay was working, there were times where I would build up enough energy to bring the kids myself. And we'd always sit by the north entrance over here, and I remember one time feeding Dawson a bottle as he sat in the car seat and holding Cora in my other arm. And I think I ran out of energy pretty early that day. The last time we were here was Christmas 2022. Dawson gazed at the cross above the altar, and he asked his usual question. He said, "Is that God?" And I said, "Yeah, buddy, that's him." Dawson was baptized at this church, and Callan was baptized here by Father Bob himself. It's been a full year, and my hope is that today we can begin a new chapter in continuing to remember Cora, Dawson, and Callan, but also inspire the world to carry on their legacy of kindness. I've said before that I've tried to be more like them. Everything I've done this year, I've tried to think of what Dawson would want me to do, what would make Cora proud, and what might make Callan smile. So, starting just recently, we're encouraging everyone to take part in a special initiative, which I'll explain first by sharing a quick story about Cora. Back in 2021, it was the height of the pandemic, and we were spending a lot of time at home. I started to notice our house seemed to be shrinking, and some of it had to do with Cora's toys. So just to understand the amount of toys we're talking about, it's important to know that Cora was our firstborn. She was my in-law's first granddaughter, and her birthday was on Christmas Eve. She had a lot of toys. But some of them weren't even getting used, so we sat her down and we said, "Cora, you have a lot of toys, right?" And in a signature response for Cora, she said, "I do. And I said, so, you know, you're pretty lucky. A lot of girls don't have many toys, and some girls don't have any toys at all. So I said, what do you think about taking some of the toys that you have and donating them? And she gave it some thought. Sure enough, she grabbed a collection of old toys and gladly put them in a box to be donated. A small charitable act, but nonetheless, one of those proud parent moments. If Cora did something similar today, she would do it with love from Duxbury, which is a really beautiful initiative started recently by some members of the community. With Love from Duxbury is a collective mission to spread kindness throughout the community and beyond, and it doesn't have to cost you anything. You could take an elderly neighbor out for a walk, cook a fresh meal.
Why are we doing a
for the new parents
commercial
in town,
now?
invite one of the other dads out for a beer with the guys, or simply tell someone how much you care about them. Memories of coming to this church over the years, sometimes we come as a family.
Who does that? I'm sorry, but like okay, so when I say that he's fucking sus on the stand, these are the things that I'm talking about. This is him in the after times talking about his kids. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Timeline. Did we talk? You can submit a copy of that later?
No, there's a full video that was provided by the
Right.
Science, and then there's a timeline that's created following the family through the museum. And you can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Museum Science videos. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful.
Why were you hopeful?
Because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your
I
friends?
don't know. I'm not seeing it that
the defendant
way.
was home with the children?
Yeah.
And
Auntie,
about
I'm
how
not
long
seeing
were you
it
gone?
that way.
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No. She encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out," and it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder in Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos again. I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are.
I think it's always good to carry on good acts and people's names, but I don't think it's appropriate at a funeral.
The white band on the top.
It's me.
That's just me.
And then in the bathing suit here with the ponytail.
Cora.
And then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit with all
This
the-
is CCTV footage that they took a still of
And is
because
that-
they didn't
that
have
was Cora
pictures
Miller?
that day.
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit.
Yep.
Yeah. We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139.
I don't know what this video is supposed to show. Here's a mom attending to her kids, being completely attentive to her 3 children. Oh, let me check the baby. Now I'm going to talk to my daughter. Dad's
During this time,
standing
you were
there.
needing to check in and get your wristbands and all that.
Like, there goes Dawson running around. She's checking on him. Okay. Cora's right there. This is a mom who's watching her children attentively. What negative are we supposed to get from this? He has put himself in line so that he can get checked in after this other family in front of them gets checked in. Okay.
You recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this hardship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
Okay, there's Cora.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see.
Yeah. Oh, wow, cuddly floof. Well, yeah, Auntie, I do have bias. I'm a human being. We all have our own biases. I don't think that he, throughout any of his testimony, anything else, has shown the affect of a grieving father in any way, shape, or form. His testimony is evidence because it's being presented as such. So is this video that basically shows nothing. This is them at a water park, you know. I personally think that his testimony shows
We could go to 1406.
a lack of care of his wife, a lack of interest in her treatment, and a lack of, full push to get her the care that she needed. Just watching a children's water park at this point. I don't know what, some of the evidence that's being presented here, I don't understand what they're trying to do here with it.
Yep.
We can go to 1745.
Okay, Lindsay went down a child slide. This is a smoking gun.
Got the same thing here?
Yep.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities?
Yep.
If we could go to 4753, please.
I love the phraseology that she used. She's able to do these things. Ladies, how many things are we able to do while we are in excruciating pain, while we are terribly sad, angry,
So you were comfortable
hurt,
with her being
and
off in a
otherwise?
separate area with Helen
How
while you
many
were with Cora and
things
Dawson that day?
are we able to do?
That's all, thank you.
Let's be real.
To submit the cloud photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
Oh, bye.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Oh, sorry.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem?
Here we go.
All right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted. What's it, 15? Oh, okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son,
And who was that dad?
Adam Schwebach.
And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Texts. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Wow, she was able to text photos.
Text messages with the attached photos.
This wording is starting to get to me. I don't know about that, Pillow.
Thank you. Sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
Yeah, science has no master.
They may be admitted.
Yeah, Sage, exactly. Her going down the slide is just her trying to be the best mom she can be. Yes.
Exhibit 16, 17, and 18. So showing you the first photo, which was marked Exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you Exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
Ashton, I agree.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and
Exactly, Kitty.
She was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? The Kingsbury Club?
That sounds
Good question, Rika. Pillow Sham, what do you have to say about that?
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carneys, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
Okay. And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact?
Quieter.
Yeah, but she's quiet.
She wasn't complaining, so it was better.
She returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
More yawning.
Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You have this marked as the next exhibit?
That may be admitted.
Yeah, Pillow Sham, no offense. I'm just asking questions. But like I'm interested in everybody's
Overall,
viewpoint on this. So I am interested in why you think that.
I became aware of that later, yeah.
We're about to get to the end of day one. Now that photo, P.S., that just got shown from Cora's birthday with Lindsay and Cora's mom is of them smiling. Patrick barely even looked at it. Was explained by Lindsay's mom during her testimony. She's like, well, you were smiling in the picture. So was Lindsay. And she's like, yeah, Lindsay wasn't doing good. And so we both were trying to have the best day possible for Cora because she wanted to take a picture of us. Sometimes, as women, we know we need to put on a happy face right? This whole trial is bringing to light the necessity to have not only good mental health, but mental health education for all of us. For all of us. Okay. Oh, did my chat finally start working down here? Okay. Oh no, the hubby is a wanker. I think we all agree on that. Thank you, Pillow, for that. Yeah. Yeah. Who wants to put that you aren't doing well on your kids? Nobody. Nobody. Okay. Let's finish up this first day of testimony, okay? Because then I want to go over some things.
That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up, so that's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
So you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday the 24th.
Yep.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yep.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
Is it 21 and 22 somewhere? Publishing these. Is it 21? And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. If you want to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
This is activity center.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent of Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point.
Yeah.
Page 940, where Lindsay sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
We could have the text messages marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos?
Maybe he should sleep more before he comes to testify. He seems very tired or stressed or something. Hey, Abdazzle.
How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days. I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant and
Yes,
approximately 3
Abdazzle.
times.
We saw that.
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when you were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
Oh, yeah.
That
She
it was
was
a shorter nap
completely
and he
rude.
was awake.
Okay. And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I slipped right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
There's so much downtime in between the testimony. There's a lot of downtime in court.
Do you remember what the
Right.
defendants did? Well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing.
And where was she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
This doorway by the basement door.
And did she have Callan or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, can I see both sidebar here?
Sidebar. I agree, Pillow. I agree, Pillow. 100%. Sidebar. Boop. I feel like we're in a hospital with all the booping.
Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day. All right. So what we're going to
Okay.
do is,
So-
I'm going to excuse you.
That was the end of the first day's testimony. Okay. The second day, sorry, geez, Louise, we come back. Okay. and have more Patrick on the stand, and we're going to get to the redirect. So let's look at that.
23rd, 2022.
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about
The food was for them. She didn't feel like making 2
you
meals.
were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023. Your observations of Lindsay and the children, do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he would be to the right.
To the right, okay. And showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Okay. Let me ask you this: how would your testimony be in a trial for the birther of your 3 children who has allegedly confessed to killing them? Would you have emotions for your kid? I would be a mess.
Now,
I would be absolutely speaking through.
As you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get,
I would be a
the
fucking
takeout,
wreck.
Did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall.
I just feel like his testimony is so flat.
Do you
that
recall
it's
something about
so
discussing something about
beyond
CVS with her?
unemotional? It's telling.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier
Thank you.
in the
We need to
text,
make a shirt.
correct?
Sidebar.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
ask her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
Uh-huh. Hey, Kelly.
So your 2 stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V
Pillows on
restaurant,
fire.
correct?
Stool softener, yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
You have the map. Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Pay attention to this map, guys, because it's kind of important.
Looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
It's literally down. It's like 5 minutes from their home.
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes.
Yeah.
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
3 minutes.
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
Mm-hmm.
If we could pull up the CVS video.
And now we got the CVS CCTV. He doesn't like this video footage. Pay close attention here, guys, to him coming in.
Is that you entering the store?
Okay, so we've got jeans. We've got it looks like maybe a quarter zip, or it is unzipped. It's hard to tell. And he's got a phone over here, and he's got other things in his hands here, guys. Pay attention to that.
Yeah.
All this here. And here he goes.
And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does look like an Apple Watch.
And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
What are you doing, Pat?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't.
So first he says, did she answer? He's a positive yes. And then the DA has to remind him of the story that they're telling. Oh, no, I'm not sure.
At first, she called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She was pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
It really does, Abdazzle.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyx at CVS?
Yes.
Which is not the generic.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS.
That's a happy memory, Skittles.
Description of what was purchased.
Yeah.
Yeah. 14 seconds. He's like, she sounded fine.
Mark, does the next exhibit, please?
All right. That may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
Be 27 and 28.
Correct. The neighbor at this point, while he's at CVS, is reported to have said he saw her already on the ground.
We have the original mark is 27, and the timeline is 28.
Yeah, the Pedialyx, yeah.
It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right. Thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen.
Again, this is very close to the house.
Here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Rika. You see how close it is to his house? One whole exit away. They have really, this map is too big. It's anyway. Here's his house. Little red dot. That's his house.
Submit a copy, a digital
And
copy
then
of the
that's
map.
the CVS.
We have it on.
And
the
that's
computer,
3V.
a hard
Bop, bop,
copy.
bop. It's literally in a straight line.
We can use.
No, you can be snarky, Pillow Sham. That's all right.
Empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right. Thank you.
We could pull up the 3V video, please.
Oh, I hope they do an analysis. I've seen 2 body, language experts talk about it already.
Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant,
Please
did you go
hold.
inside?
Yeah.
Guys, please hold. Please hold. Please hold. What I want to do right now, because this is where the story starts falling apart, Pat. Okay. So we're going to go to Duxbury, Massachusetts. Okay, I want to get that out of the way. All right, all right, so, and we're going to, the bay is like here. I think this is where they're at. Yeah. Because the maps that they're showing, I want to just show here. We're going to, let me just pull this out so I can play with it and make it bigger. All right. So we're going to go and we're going to look up. We're going to search nearby and we're going to find CVS. Okay. So we're going to find all the CVSs. Okay. CVS. And then we'll pick one of them here. We'll pick this one here. Okay. And then I want to get directions from the CVS to 3V. Oh, right. It's not the number 3. It's 3V. Okay. So this is the CVS that he was at. Okay. And then his house is somewhere like right here. That's where they were showing it. Okay. Or actually it was like right here. So his house is like right here. We're just dropping it. I don't know where their house is. Okay. So he goes from here, from right there. Okay, where they live in this neighborhood, down to the CVS, which he said took 3 minutes. Now, from that CVS, it is 4.5 miles. It's about 4 miles, depending on how you drive. Now, right now, it's obviously 3, 4 o'clock on a Thursday, so the traffic is going to be more. This was a nighttime. Okay. So it is saying he's saying it took him 10 minutes to travel that 4 miles that evening. And then from the CVS back up here, and his food was just ready, even though we saw him waiting. And then he got home, right? And how long? Oh, you guys can't see the screen. Ha! How about that? Okay. So this is Duxbury, okay? And their house is approximately right here, okay? According to what they said. This is where the house is. So he went from here to here. He said that took 3 minutes. Okay. Approximate. Oh, good God. Doot. Somewhere up here. Okay. Then he went from this CVS down to 3V. He said it was like 1 or 2 exits. He couldn't remember. It looks like it's about, there's 1 exit and then there's the second exit. So it was like 2 exits, depending on which way you go from the CVS. Okay. Now he is 15 minutes away from his home. He has to wait for the food that's been called in and then drive the 15 minutes back home. Okay. But this is where the timeline starts falling apart. This is where the timeline starts falling apart, guys. Okay.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on screen.
So this is footage of him coming into 3V. There's a group of people that come in. There's this lovely elderly couple. And there he is. Now, guys, why in an 11-minute drive are his shoes different than the ones he was wearing into CVS? Okay, it's a full zip.
What are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Mm-hmm. And what's he checking on your phone there, Pat? Could it be the security cameras that are allegedly not working?
Do you recall what you're doing on
The
your phone at that
Wi-Fi
time?
wasn't working, remember, guys?
I don't. It could be work related. It could be anything.
He doesn't recall.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted. Yeah. Can I see counsel just very briefly?
Sidebar. I have
When
my
you arrived
analog
home,
watch.
where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
That's a very important point that he just stipulated to. She asked him directly, once you parked, were both vehicles now in the driveway? Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home front and back, marked essentially as nice exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
Interesting, Erica.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yep.
Showing you exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left. There's a fence there, is that correct? And exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side?
So I don't know what day this is supposed to be from, but what date these photos were taken, but there's the snowman. I don't know if this photo was taken the evening of the incident. But there's the snowman that Lindsay sent pictures of the kids making that day. There's no hat, there's no clothes, there's no nothing on it, and it's melted.
Side area where the fence is.
Yeah.
And then exhibit 37. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And exhibit 38. Is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Dawson's. And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You have these two photos marked with the next exhibit, please.
Maybe a minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
There's the bag.
Here, the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
And there's the CVS bag underneath the kids' plates. We gotta
When you
get rid of
came into
that
the
picture
house and you
real
were
quick.
taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out.
And who did you call out to?
Everyone.
And did anyone answer?
No.
After
Listen
you
to
called
this
out
part.
and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you
So at this point, he opens the basement door, calls out, nobody answers, picks up his phone because he's looking out the window and he can't see the car that he just testified he parked next to. Do you see what there's a little mess up there?
you called down to the basement. When you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah.
And there was no response?
Correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay. Was that a phone call?
Yeah.
And was that at approximately 6:09 p.m.?
Yeah.
And did she answer?
No.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
first the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And
Blood was everywhere, and the window's open. Then what did he do?
And showing you here a photo. Is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
It's not normally the way they leave it, but he doesn't think it was that way before he left. Yeah.
It may be admitted.
Yeah, the blood was not everywhere. Just, we're going to see the photos here in a minute. Yeah.
And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
That may be admitted.
Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Why not? Why not?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
Okay, so, but here's the weird part. You can't hear your children. You don't know where your wife is. The window is open. Why do you not go look out the window? Like maybe there's somebody, dragging your wife and the kids through the yard or something. What the fuck?
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose.
It looked like it was sprayed almost with a hose. Guys, I have never in my life heard someone describe it like that. Blood splatters sprayed like with a hose. That seems more like when you are seeing it actively doing that. Now, we've seen pictures of the blood.
And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface.
And no, it wasn't.
I remember it was on the doorknob.
Why he added that, I don't know.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yeah, apparently
that, a fair and accurate depiction of how the room
that wasn't a
looked
thought.
on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah.
All right, now let's look at this crime scene photo, guys.
We could have these photos, 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
It may be admitted.
Exactly, Vicky.
So, showing you what's been marked exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's look at these photos carefully. I'm just moving this out of the way. Okay, so this is the entrance. We're looking inside the room now here, okay?
And then exhibit 45.
We see some blood here. This is a mirror. reflecting off what's happening on the bed.
Is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yep.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in Exhibit 46.
There's just boots here. Drop of blood, drop, 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 drop. And a little pool. No splatter up on the walls, no splatter on these other things, just these drops of blood. Okay.
Is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
So the bed is askew here. The window is like up above this right here in this corner.
Yeah.
Going back to Exhibit 40.
Very strange.
There's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
Vicky,
On those walls on the bed,
100%.
correct.
Could be.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
No.
What? She goes through so many papers. Like, she is not prepared.
Light brown case, you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You could have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47. Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard.
And where in the backyard was she?
At the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at Exhibit 38, you said this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing straight below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. I'm showing you Exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her? And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure.
How did he know where to go? How did he know? That's my main question. How did he know where exactly to find his wife at? It don't make no sense.
What it was at
Are
first.
you hungry?
Um,
Huh? I won't.
but she cut her neck.
I won't.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you
I
to
don't
apply
know,
pressure if needed?
Astrid. I would hope so.
Call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
Right?
And then,
Yeah, a nurse knows where to cut and would not use the psycho kitchen knife.
how
This
long
is also a
approximately? I know you
possibility.
weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for
This
us
is
how
also
long
a
it took,
possibility.
for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen? Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm eagerly anticipating the Netflix special on this one.
So the room in the back left is my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's a living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room. And then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And
Yeah,
when you saw her in that
I
condition,
think so also, Clara.
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to?
Okay, now this is important for two reasons. In the opening statement, he wasn't in the basement from the prosecution. He was outside, and then the paramedics went down. Now, as he's telling the story, Lindsay, with a Jefferson fracture, a crushed thyroid, okay, and is who's unconscious, is allegedly, you know, telling him the kids are in the basement and I killed them. What? Yeah, nobody looked at the husband. Nobody looked at the husband because he told them that she said she did it from the jump. Nobody looked at this man for even a second. And this is his description of finding his 3 babies with exercise bands around their fucking neck.
You know, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here?
Listen closely here, guys.
Bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
Yeah.
To her left.
No prints, no
So would that be
DNA from
more
her.
over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And
You
where
think
did you
so?
go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch, and then I went to the other side of the basement, and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
If we may approach briefly?
Yeah, please.
Oh, sidebar.
All right, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, at this point,
Commonwealth?
I would move to submit some evidence. First,
Yeah. Yeah. If someone's showing me a diorama of where my children were murdered and I have to tell you what I saw,
January 24th, 2020.
I'm back in that moment. I'm back 3 years ago. That emotion is hitting me. That's just, unless he's on a sedative right now.
First, the pajama pants.
I hope so too, Rika. I don't know what the autopsies said about the kids.
Pajama shirt.
This is day 1. Here we go. We're going to bring out the kids' clothes now.
And then the pink robe.
This is Cora's robe. Why are we showing that? Who knows?
We can have these marked as one exhibit.
Let's make sure the jury
They may be
sees children's clothing right now. Lindsay cannot look at the. I mean, come on. That's that's a real reaction. I would be.
We have dinosaur underwear for the record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt. Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
And then Callan's pajamas. As the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson. Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Black exercise bands found with Cora. Grab this as the next exhibit, please.
That may.
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. We could have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
I can't imagine either. Of course, Reddington's holding her hand. He's there for her.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
Okay, here's the 911 call. Let's all listen.
Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you. Sometimes in a trial, evidence that is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits. And so you must find the facts, in this case, based only on the evidence. And so you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion or prejudice or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case in my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of want to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. I want to remind everyone that there is a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded. It's not to be broadcast. And it's not to be reproduced in any way, subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order.
Yeah.
So I just want to remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that,
I wish we would have seen Patrick's face when they were being held up. That would have been helpful to see. Let's hear the call. Of course she's crying. I'd be crying too. Do we not get to hear it? I guess they muted it for everybody else because I don't hear it, but it's still going. See? Yeah. The judge decided not to release it. I see. I would have loved to hear what Patrick sounded like on the phone that night and what he said. We got another sidebar. Yeah, we're going to go over that in a minute, Melly. All right. So then, Patrick, we have other people that take the stand, and then I want to get to Reddington's cross here of Patrick, because this is the rest of Patrick's testimony here.
Where's that during?
No, me as well. And none of the, Astrid, I agree. The DNA does not show her DNA on anything. On the bands, which would be weird since she strangled the kids with it, apparently. You know, didn't have anybody's DNA on it. So how did she do it then?
Well, members of the jury, thank you.
She wiped it? I mean,
What
that seems excessive.
We're going to return to the evidence. We have witness Patrick Clancy, who testified earlier, is now being recalled, as I said, for the purpose of cross-examination. Okay. All right, counsel.
Afternoon, Mr. Clancy. You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me?
Exactly, and they weren't.
Went with you and your brothers, maybe some other people, into your home.
While she's bleeding, she took time to wipe off the knife with what?
Evidence from the home.
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. You remember that?
Yeah.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She has some kind of like an accelerated course or something?
Yeah.
Had double major?
Yeah.
Very good student?
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was we call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked in Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then?
We were, yeah.
And had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Okay. Tell us a little bit about.
Thank you.
You know Lindsay, obviously, better than most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it.
The body temperature
it was her
alone
dream.
shows she didn't do it.
She enjoyed her work and helping people.
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, like she didn't want to go to work, she's lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained. If you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy. That she didn't want to go back to work, but I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the
That
years
may
went by,
be
obviously,
pillow sham.
More children. Ultimately, you got 3 children,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
But
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as
I don't recall that.
boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and
The
then ultimately
explanation
husband and
of
wife, do
the
you
body
recognize your
temp
handwriting?
abdazzle.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a theory It's a theory
Council's looking at that.
based on the evidence.
Is it your
when
understanding
we're done
would he
watching him give his
take
testimony?
notes or lists and
Yeah.
for work and home and things of that nature?
You would, yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. Just ask if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like your handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting.
Yep.
So I'm going to run the after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
Sidebar.
Can you see that, Mr. Clancy?
Yeah.
Pull it away a little bit. Looking at this, what does it appear to be to you, if you know? Does it appear to be notes of deliveries that she was involved with?
Yeah.
You see the first one? What's the date, if you can read it? I can't.
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl?
Well, this is what they're trying to prove, is that she's meticulous and it was methodical and it was premeditated. I don't think that.
Can you tell the jurors, as a
Sidebar.
husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading the books at 3 months, and she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make Green Eggs and Ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar?
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe your bed, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
Were they hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had.
I don't know what they're saying.
Photograph that, excuse me, you can identify first. Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
We gotta get the sticker on there. It's now evidence.
Thank you.
If I may put exhibit 58 up so the jurors and I can see it.
That's a possible motive.
What's this boxed out window? So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah. I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, right off of this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got
I'm not accusing anybody. I'm not a lawyer or a police officer. I think he did it. It's not. That's my thoughts. It's not an accusation. It's my thoughts. I think he did it.
You recognize this photograph as well being another portrait.
From watching his testimony here,
And what are those?
looking
Decals?
like Mr.
Yeah,
Robot,
big stickers.
and based on the timeline and the body temperature and other things.
Would that be what you would
Why
call
take
them?
it out on the kids? Because he wants a new life. He
Yeah.
wants a fresh start.
They were hanging on the wall?
He doesn't
Correct.
want anything
I think
that
Lindsay did.
is of hers.
Would she also take
Also, he
pictures
wanted
of
her to
these
get the
kinds of
blame
pictures
for
of
it.
the kids?
And so
Yeah.
he didn't have to worry about it. It wasn't him.
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn?
That's okay. I'm going to present you two theories when we're
She
done
did
with
it for each
this.
kid.
Two very plausible
That one's
theories
Dawson.
based on the evidence. Okay. He's getting, now I can't tell if he's getting upset by looking at these photos, or he's agitated for having to answer questions,
Did you wish
period.
to introduce those photographs?
Okay, appreciate it. Please do it.
60 and 61.
Thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he was a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much.
Did she resent him?
No.
Mm-hmm.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media, such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and the pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Okay. Representative, over the years, over a period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
Madam, if we may approach briefly.
Sure.
Uh-oh, sidebar.
Through 75.
Mr. Clancy, you know, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that all postings that Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Moving forward, say June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Okay. Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Number 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, where there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
Okay. The end of September 21. Callie?
No, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. September 21. Callie was born when? Sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
And that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No.
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right? Okay. And then
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I feel sad for people in general who have
September 1st
birthdays
of
around
22.
Christmas. You know.
That was taken.
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard. Okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, for this one here, July of 22, can you tell me, jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod?
Yeah.
It's just like he's watching.
A couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you.
You know, why did this do this?
We have an email sent from your, is it Surface
So
Pro? Is that what it's
weird.
called?
I don't know what I clicked,
That was
guys.
my
I'm
laptop.
sorry. That was
Yeah.
weird. But I just go like, he's so unaffected. He's just so like, yeah, are they going to examine his
Unfortunately, sir,
mistress?
that you
I
can
would
identify
love to
this
see
as
that
being
cross-examination.
Email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll tell you the purpose.
No.
Should have heard sidebar.
Sure. Yeah.
Sidebar.
That may be admitted.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022, that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bedroom that night, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained. If you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be
I really wish we could hear that call. Oh,
one of the
tons.
photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask, and I believe the Dachshund in a mask, right? And then,
Yep.
Now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Is that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me just show you. Yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office. Okay. And can you tell me the date that picture, right here in corner top, what date was that picture taken? Sent to your computer?
It's December 2nd.
The same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
Okay. So the jury. So when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting, and I'm having a hard time moving it. There it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you, though.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection. That was December 3rd.
All right.
Yeah,
if you can answer that.
do you recall, sir, that
Oh, yeah, she's pregnant.
had sent you the same day or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list? Know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent. If you can read that.
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? Are you familiar with metadata, I would imagine? No way I can't do this.
Use tape. The tape on the thing tells you where to put the.
Oh. Thank you.
Yeah, that's our address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata with the latitude and the longitude and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
What about for these, Ron?
So I think we had Exhibit 76. They're making a copy of that. You want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter, the email? Yeah, the email right here. Yep. Yes.
76 and 77.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to, and we will going to delete the people that are on the email, if I may, Your Honor, as we mark it as an exhibit. Let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time at the very top? You sent that email to your staff members or people that work with you.
It does. Yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was,
Yeah.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
and that was sent from your Surface Pro.
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
What about this one? There we go.
Yeah. That would be Exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26th, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There were no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being
Yeah.
born healthy? And
Yeah, we felt very lucky.
and then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
And where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. Oh, I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
Maybe, Diane.
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No.
Yeah.
But I'm going to show you, sir, a
He's off.
web history of your computer.
And
At the
this
time,
part
the question was asked
doesn't
to you
add
as to
up
whether or not
either.
In August of 22, you Googled suicide, you responded no, right?
Ooh, excuse me.
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled it, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, my apologies. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist.
He's a what artist?
Like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar
It
playing guy?
the depression
Yeah,
started after she had her baby, and she started reaching out, and it
He committed suicide.
got
I'm
accelerated
going to show you, sir, your Surface
with
Pro
the
records
drugs she was immediately
back in
put on.
August.
No one did a thorough, real examination with her. No blood
recall-
work, no nothing to determine what was going on with her.
The name Tom Hall, so you could access
Just heavy
all
duty
these
drugs.
records.
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump or a computer records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
So if you can look to the right,
Yep.
down a little bit, you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. You see here? So here we've got So that shows you when somebody Googles, and then it goes to Wikipedia, and see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods, no.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
know hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink, just so I know?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue, and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches
Exactly,
that afternoon,
Kellyanne.
that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'd offer this.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Oh, yeah.
Again, Your Honor, I got that discovery from the DA's office.
Well, it's an email from his
We'll
expert, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
While she's looking at that, I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. Wait till she gets a chance to finish.
Oh my God. She's had 3 years.
Yes, I would object.
All right, if I can see Council.
I'm objecting. Of course she is.
That would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact, inadvertently, that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Now, counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you
Oh,
remember
me
that
too,
question?
pillow sham.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And you were at a wedding. Is that right? You're walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. She basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember?
Oh, so
where
she
that
was like
kept?
keeping
Did she
track
keep it
of
in any
shit.
particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of your kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. Can I ask if you ever saw that before?
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book,
I will check that out. Is it on YouTube?
you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says good moms have scary thoughts.
And then the author of that, actually, not the author, one of the therapists who gave that book to Lindsay as part of her therapy was like, we give this book to everybody as part of the therapy. But the police were like, that's sketchy. That's sketchy.
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, no?
Don't recall seeing this.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this at this time.
Hold on, Counsel Como, if you could, Mr. Reddick, if you could show what it is that you.
I'm sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Oh, don't have the foundation. Is that...
Okay.
Allow any observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that, in fact, she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere, so.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now she sees Dr. Gelada, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelada, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and
there's the
benzodiazepines,
Seroquel
Ativan.
again.
No, benzodiazepines. They're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well. Is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very negatively, and she's reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelada?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelada, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah.
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So no, he didn't. People, I want you to take a moment to think that if your wife, your husband, your partner is so bad off that they are in the fetal position, rocking on the couch, unable to like function, you're like, oh, they reported it. It's good. They told the doc. Like, who has that kind of like blasé fucking relationship with their spouse when they're in the middle of a mental health crisis? Seroquel is no fucking joke. man. That shit will fuck you up.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelato with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelato?
Coming out of that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly.
So we got more.
And then she prescribed Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Oh, and Valium.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just
Thank
because
you,
she
Kellyanne.
was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to. She definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines, and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication; it was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December. What observations, if any, heading
Boom.
up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
By Dr. Gelato?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would
It's
help
not
with
a
sleep.
nice med, but it will subdue
but she didn't
somebody
get
when
better.
they are,
She got worse.
you know.
Do you recall
Ew.
that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infant Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
None of this is a good
Do you remember
cocktail.
when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
I would object. We don't have a copy of those.
400? I know.
You don't have to?
That's a fuck ton, man. That's a sidebar. Sidebar. Yeah, 400 milligrams. That's like for a fucking elephant, yo. I am what I'm shocked is that all of these meds and the increases and everything happened within 4 months, and none of these doctors insisted on inpatient for an extended inpatient stay for her. And then one place is like, girl, you're on too many meds. We're not going to deal with that. That's too much. That's some bullshit. We don't. You're already too complicated. That's nuts.
So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she?
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
Wachusett.
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you. Have you come in and talk for a bit?
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
So this man takes his wife, who is clearly in crisis, does no advocating for her. Like, I'm sorry, guys, the in-laws, her parents were living with them at the time. He drops his wife off, who's terrified, does not come into the facility with her to sit down and make sure she's admitted. It's like, oh, okay, you good? You good? Okay, I got to go because it's ski time. And then takes a 2-year-old skiing because that was the priority. I'm sorry, your in-laws could have taken the 2-year-old skiing, or you could have taken him skiing another day. The priority for you, sir, that day as a husband was your motherfucking wife. Okay? And if you were so busy skiing and you wanted to just take Dawson skiing, then you should have said to your mother-in-law, I'd like you to accompany Lindsay inside because I think she's going to need somebody to, like, you know, talk to the doctors more thoroughly about everything that's happening because she doesn't remember stuff sometimes. Guys, I am 50 years old. I still bring my wife with me physically, or at least on a speakerphone if she can't come with me that day because she's, got to go into work, to my big appointments. Why do I do that? Because sometimes I get asked a question and immediately I do what most women do. I try to give the right answer or downplay the symptoms or, it's just the first fucking thing. Or I've completely forgotten about that. I forget a lot of stuff, guys. My brain fog is fucking horrendous. So my wife is there because she literally remembers everything. Okay? And because she loves me and she cares for me, she makes sure that my treatment is all correct and not taking me off in 17 directions. Right? Like, yeah. This is a man who, in my opinion, fucking just let this shit happen. Was not involved in her care in any way, shape, or form. It's a neglectful partner.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point in December 20th of 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection? Yes. All right. Sustained at this time.
Did the people at Women's and Infants Facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
They provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gillette?
Objection.
I don't think so.
If he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was a half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up,
Printed.
you bring her home, it's now you and the kids.
And then it just goes directly to the pharmacy.
Days before Christmas, right?
Yeah, and her parents were there.
Why were her parents there?
Yeah.
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to watch. So they stayed home with Cora and Callan.
Now, during that time frame in December
So
of 22,
there was no excuse for him to not go
after
with
Thanksgiving.
Lindsay.
Did your mom and dad and Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately though.
Yeah, of course it would be separate. I mean, what would they do?
Just be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for?
They did, yeah.
Time? Were you aware personally? Let me back up. You and Lindsay, as husband and wife, would in effect sleep in the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion though that she said to you about you go downstairs, and then I think she ended up downstairs.
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep.
Yeah.
Were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy?
Not the gummy.
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house.
Okay.
So.
Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed and use the CBDs oils and all that stuff, or did she not imbibe in that?
No, she didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay.
That's not why he's eating them.
Heading into the holidays of 22, do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean?
Yes.
She switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now, before she switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston, go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband on New Year's 23 at that point?
She was scared. She didn't want to go. But I think it was the second time we went to the ER, and I said, you have to go.
Now at McLean Hospital, I know you visited with her, is that correct?
Yeah.
District Attorney asked you yesterday about the excellent care that she was provided with all these counselors and therapists, and you indicated that it was your understanding that she was playing with clay and coloring, right?
Right.
Can you describe for the jury?
Look how cranky he is about that. That she was playing with clay and coloring. If someone is in the middle of a mentee B, they want them to do activities that keep their mind occupied in the creative area of the brain and not in the fight or flight portion of the brain. That makes sense. Yes, Cuddly Floof, and they should have been, but because she was seeing 3 different doctors, I think that these medicines were being called into different pharmacies. You know? Or they may have gotten the printed, like I say, it goes right to the pharmacist because I get my stuff at Kaiser. It doesn't go to a separate pharmacy. I just walk downstairs from the doctor's office and there's a pharmacy there. But for other people, they have a prescription. They have to bring it to the Walgreens or to the CVS or to the Rite Aid or to their Safeway or the Walmart, wherever they get their medicines filled, Costco. You know, there's pharmacies all over the place.
Jury, what McLean was like to you as a husband visiting his wife? In other words, were there doctors, were there nurses, were there people in the hallways?
What I saw was it looked like mainly nurses. It was the tail end of COVID, so they were mostly behind this plastic covered area. And it could have been just the time of day that I visited, but people were hanging around, watching TV, playing with clay.
Do you know whether or not she saw a doctor, a psychiatrist, ultimately from McLean Hospital?
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of it was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that, Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah.
And did you speak to Dr. Goodhart?
I ended up calling her.
Let's call her.
I wanted to see what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and she said, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay. So you spoke to Dr. Goodhart. Yeah. Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then...
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So a Cymbalta is not an SSRI. Cymbalta is an SNRI. Okay, so there's a big difference. There's all different types of antidepressants, okay? She was on Lexapro, then they gave her a bunch of other things. So now this one doctor, Dr. Goodhart, was saying, you know what? She should probably be on this one. Let's try an SNRI to see if it works. Because once again, kids, in 2026, we don't have a blood test to look at your biochemistry and be like, you would do better on an SSRI or an SNRI or whatever. I can't remember the other class of drugs, right? It is astounding to me that we are so far behind understanding the brain and everything else and how it works. But that's just for edification. That's what that is. It's an SNRI. Similar, but not the same.
When Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that, you got these, right? McLean? Yes. Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her ill health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And offer the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Now, you know when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled it hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends. Like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this.
Lindsay kept notes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
Uh-huh.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping.
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
So just for all of us out there who perhaps haven't taken any antidepressants, so you have beyond the most common SSRIs like Prozac or Zoloft, she was given Zoloft. Other major classes of antidepressants include SNRIs, okay, which is serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors, okay. Atypical antidepressants, okay, do not fit the other main groups. Common examples, bupropion, mirtazapine, and trazodone. She also was given mirtazapine. So now she was given an SSRI, an atypical. She was suggested an SNRI, okay. Then we have the tricyclics, okay. And these are older drugs that boost serotonin and norepinephrine while affecting other body systems. Amitriptyline, another drug that she was given, and nortriptyline. Now, I was given nortriptyline not for depression. It's also called Pamelor, because it's not a good antidepressant. It was given to me for migraines. It was the very first drug I was on. Okay, and then you have MAOIs, right? Monoamine oxidase inhibitors. Okay, they stop an enzyme from breaking down brain chemicals like dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine. Okay, and these are two common ones here. Phenylazine and tranylcypromine did it. NMDA receptor antagonists. Okay, they block specific receptors to improve mood very quickly. Okay, so she was on like 3 different types. They were just literally trying everything. Oh, let's bop it, bop it, bop it, bop it, bop it, bop. It's insane. It is totally nuts. And she was on a couple of them at a time. Guys, I was given mirtazapine recently as a pain medication. As a pain medication. Because my doctor wanted me to stop taking naproxen all the time for my fibromyalgia pain. I did not like mirtazapine. I took that for a few days because it's one a day. I was on the, highest dose because I have a lot of pain. And then they were basically, I was like, I'm not, no. Mm-mm. No me gusta. And so I stopped it. It's just, they just throw things at you. Yeah, she wasn't put in weekly therapy. I cannot fucking believe it. Mm-hmm. So he was gone for 2 nights, guys. Trusted her. While she's in the middle of all this stuff, he left town for 2 whole nights. Just weeks. Just weeks before, you guys can't hear it. Let me refresh it. Can you guys hear it now? Did you guys hear that? He left. Sound is gone. Okay, let me reshare it. Hang on. Because this is the most important part of evidence, in my personal opinion. Okay. How about now?
Sir, looking at this item, it's got a bunch of flowers on the front. Appears to be a notebook. So your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items, such as this?
Yep.
So we don't have originals that the police do. But
Can you guys hear it now?
Yeah.
Is that the caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing?
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book,
Yes.
notes that she would take, documenting on a daily basis any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be.
You indicated yesterday that the police had seized a number of pill bottles, and then you also had a number of pill bottles. Is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall what were the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I had them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband, he'll discard it, and then continue taking from the new prescription.
When the DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills of the 30 counts,
Oh.
27 and 3 were gone, but that's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It's what you were told to do, right?
Correct. Yeah. Without that context,
But they keep emphasizing the number of pills
Exhibit
constantly,
2
even though
would be the pills that you had turned
he
in.
says that.
Is that correct? In your bag, in your car?
Right.
I know you can't tell them what the bag.
I remember it's Exhibit 2, though.
Okay. Wednesday, January 24th, one of the troopers located 4 medication bottles, and at some point on the 26th, at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items into the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told him I do have other prescriptions in my truck still.
Oh, I forgot about all these
So the
prescriptions
police
in my
already
truck.
went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized them, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right, but to be clear, those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like that she stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, so there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us
Yeah,
what that
exactly.
is?
Cuddly floof.
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
Oh, what's
Inside the
that?
drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that, let's see, Trazodone, Lindsay Clancy, prescribed on January 5, 23. We had a meeting. January.
That's the Seroquel.
100 of things prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, they're all empty too, right?
Yeah.
These are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right?
That's Ativan, which she had taken herself off of.
Prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right? There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
What is this item, sir? If you can identify that for us.
It's a face mask for sleeping.
To sleep?
Yeah.
Now, you had mentioned something, I think, about pillow spray. What is it?
She bought some pillow spray. It apparently helps you sleep.
Correct,
And
cuddly
did you see her
floof.
using that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, she did.
I would offer. Rob, can you present this?
I could just see.
Yeah.
I think you.
I think there's a watch on the side there.
I know it was gonna come out.
I love how he just left the watch there next to him.
Okay. Do you want to put that
Yeah.
in as
Apple
one
Watch,
exhibit?
no blood.
Now, reference to the
That'll
Apple
make
Watch,
no
How
sense.
many Apple Watches did she have? If you
Just
remember?
one.
Just one. It's the only one she had. Police never seized it, right?
Correct.
And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs in the pill bottles from January, December, 22, 23, the police never seized it, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. We could go to side.
Yeah. Can I see Counsel sidebar, please?
Sidebar. This is the same vase that the psychiatrist talked about yesterday. Now, guys, he testifies that he didn't have a problem leaving his kids alone with Lindsay because, why? She was fine
I'm going to show you this document.
for 2 days
Ask,
while he's on a business trip.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other page, just to make sure it's all okay, right?
Yep.
You want to run for this?
Call.
Please.
Yeah.
Again, I got it from the state police, so let's assume you guys have it.
No objection.
Okay. That may be admitted.
She's not even really looking at it.
I'm going to show you another document, sir. It appears to be a document. Do you recognize her handwriting? That document, the dates, September 29th through January 22.
Yes.
And does that appear to, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Yeah.
Looks like a schedule for
Business
Callan.
trip. Yeah.
And the schedule for Callan, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, naps. Yeah.
So, for example, where it says September 29th,
Now we're back to where we were.
22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with a time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that to go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put him down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face. Things.
This is her setting a schedule for her children for a nanny. Call the police.
Like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
No, he liked it.
That may be admitted.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the
pillow.
exhibits of the, I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground?
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I still wrote it. So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about that's 20 feet up would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Correct.
Big yawn.
Now, when you identify this picture, I can't see. You see that there's some kind of an orange ball. It appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill.
Yeah.
To the left. It appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I prepared some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled the hole.
Yeah, woodpecker.
Right off of that, you want to just
That may be admitted.
And then also, if I may, just the top picture.
Yes, the attorney found it, and the cops did not take it.
Edge of the window on the second floor, you see that? That's on the house?
Yeah.
Excuse me, yeah. Okay, so I'm talking about the Hornet thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here. Okay, so you see on the top of this window here. It's not a very good picture. Underneath the Hornet thing, see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yep.
That's the first floor window. It's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
Okay.
Any objection? They may be admitted.
I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
Commonwealth, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Clancy, you were
Yeah.
shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay said,
At 5:32, he walked into the CVS. He said it took 3 minutes to drive there, which would mean he left his house at 5:29, 5:28. And the email was sent at 5:24. He was not driving the car according to his own timeline.
sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away?
So she sends a text at 5:15 before he's even left the house for the PDLX. Okay. So then he goes to the CVS.
Is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so
3 minutes, guys.
You leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I don't know what time I pulled in the park.
Yeah. Yeah. What happened to those 12 minutes? What was going on?
I'm not.
I'm asking what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But
Yeah. She's trying to establish that he sent this email. Ma'am, he did not send it from the parking lot of the CVS. And then later we find out it was sent from the Surface Pro, not from his phone. When they look at the forensic dump, it came from his computer. Not from his phone. This DA is so desperate.
Sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about Pedialex, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
I'm almost done. Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Now, you were.
Yeah, I've like 2 more minutes of time. I know. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm so hungry, guys. My wife is trying to make me. I'll be quiet.
Asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have
Then she just dropped that line of questioning, guys. She just gave up on it.
plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah, it was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
Mm-hmm.
Was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as an exhibit.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct, but the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022. And you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide, you said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
No.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why?
So all of a sudden his story is different than when he talked to Reddington. Guys.
You would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but
at some point?
Yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the methods of suicide site, scrolling through and reading the methods of suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site?
See, he didn't say he didn't do it. He said, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes 3 years ago.
The methods of suicide and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide? No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that,
Vicky,
that it was a locked ward. She had to stay there. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others. She could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now,
in a voluntary commitment, you can leave anytime. Even AMA.
stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours. Is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners.
I wasn't there in the morning.
And were you there during the when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications. What was the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So looking here at the CVS records that you provided, we see, I'm sorry.
Look at all of these
We
medicines.
see here, here we go.
That is a lot. It went from 25 to 100.
So you thought that
The lorazepam went from 0.25 to 1 milligram. That's a huge jump.
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Leah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam, was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So Dr. Goodhart did in fact prescribe medication for Lindsay, trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she wasn't the one who prescribed that.
In fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
Because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Right.
And
He's like working my last nerve.
and Dr. Tufts prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Right.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on. Those were gone, correct? Once she'd been in McLean.
I don't know if it was, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on only prescribed trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking trazodone before McLean.
Right. So she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're not sure about what she was taking and when, are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking trazodone, and I thought she was taking it before McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
And you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no
Right,
longer on.
Ativan and
So it wasn't really a
trazodone?
good
Like,
representation
Jesus
of what she
Christ
had
on a
taken.
cracker.
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that. And so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she took, right?
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay. And then even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either, correct?
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean because she's having difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November, yeah.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And
I mean, she was
did you also take
fine.
another trip with
She
Cora
had
in November?
drugs.
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And where, who was taking care of Dawson and Callan?
So he left her alone with the kids for 2 days. He went to where, kids? In New York. Where does he currently reside? New York. Where did his new wife live? New York. Business trip. Then he takes his daughter to San Francisco for some reason. For like 4 days.
While you were in San Francisco with Cora.
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously.
Yeah, nothing bad happened. Thank God for that. Only when I'm home getting us dinner do bad things happen.
Nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked
on
about the
Cora's
Apple Watch.
birthday.
The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window. Were you aware that the measurement from the window sill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah.
Not 20, 12.
And looking for one of the exhibits from defense counsel. It's the, yes. Exhibit 84. This was the packet here that defense counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Helen's schedule. Is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine. Is that correct?
Possibly.
There's different writing here, correct? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, she wrote, last fed at 6 a.m. Give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. He's been resisting the bottle. If he won't drink it.
Yes, I think so too, Kitty.
Let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until sleep. Then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. So these are very detailed notes that Lindsay is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled, broccoli, small pieces, peppers, 1-inch pieces, plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle, 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading, yeah.
So very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to
Oh my God, directions, not directions for a nanny.
Sounds like it, yeah.
They're saying she was controlling. He liked the directions,
Thursday,
remember?
September 29, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. We will be home from gymnastics at 11:45.
Look how mad he is right now.
So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
Again, October 6th, 8 at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40, changing tables down in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Callan cared for, correct?
No, my God, what?
It's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with any of this.
I have nothing further, thank you.
So which nanny was that?
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long was she the nanny for you guys?
A month or two, yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
Yeah, I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyway, so.
Okay. And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant?
Yeah, I would have done the same.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone, and if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Cable on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all the drugs, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fair and accurate? The scripts that were provided?
Yeah.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Counsel, can I see you?
All right, and that's the end of that day's testimony. Patrick has been excused. Okay. So very quickly, because this was supposed to be a short stream, guys, and now we are 5.5 hours into this. My God. Okay. Here are my two theories in brief. Okay. Theory 1. Lindsay did it. She was an overwhelmed, over-medicated, incorrectly diagnosed woman suffering initially postpartum depression, which escalated into postpartum psychosis. All of the mixture of the meds caused her to go completely over the edge. Okay. She did these horrific things, tried to, yeet herself out of the house, ends up paralyzed. Okay. Now, the responsibility for those deaths lies on her, but also on our lack of proper medical care, physical care, everything else. That theory doesn't totally add up for me. That's basically one theory. The prosecution's theory is that she's a cold-hearted bitch who refused every avenue of care that she was offered. She's a greedy bitch. And, she just decided, fuck it. And she killed her kids and then, tried to off herself in a completely medical way that goes against all medical training that she has and couldn't kill herself properly. Okay. Theory 2. And this one I think is more plausible. I think this woman suffered horrifically in her first birth, didn't fully recover from that, had another birth, also horrifically difficult in a different way than the first one, didn't fully recover from that, and then gets pregnant a third time. And at least out of that, the birth was okay. Except this time her body goes fully we can't keep doing this, ma'am. We can't keep doing this. And so does the only thing it can do, which is to shut the fuck down. Hormones all over the place. Now, she's not doing what she did before. After both births, she went back to work. Okay? She went back to work and she was a worker to do. Okay? Patrick likes that. Please leave my space. This time she started getting really frantic about the babies. She started wanting them with her all the time. Okay, that's a huge change. Now, after having 3 kids, could a woman be like, you know what? I don't want to fucking work full time anymore. I want to just stay home with my kids. That's also a decision that could happen. But this decision was happening out of desperation, out of her own psychosis that was forming. Okay. And she's all over the place. Patrick is not very caring. Okay, what do you want? You want some medicine? Okay, go get some medicine. Go get it. Oh, you don't like that medicine? Okay, go get a different medicine. Jesus, stop bugging me. Just go fucking fix it. Fix it. Then she gets real bad. And, she calls her mom. And she's like, Mom, I'm literally going to kill myself. I can't. This shit I don't know what's fucking going on. Mom comes down. Now the mother-in-law's there. Oh, Patrick's like, son of a bitch. All right. Let's get her to the Lulu bin. But I got skiing. So, I'm just going to drop you off. You take care of it. Okay. Just fucking check yourself in. I don't want to hear about your parents have got the kids. I'm skiing. Okay. She doesn't stay because she's guilting herself. Her parents are at home with her kids. She's not taking care of her kids. Everything is getting worse. The medicine is fucking her up. No one is listening to her. No one is diving in and giving her the care that she needs. Patrick is getting really frustrated. He's over it. Now, my theory is that he's been seeing this woman since the race. He first knew her in 2010. Before he and Lindsay were even married. I think she might have been a girlfriend and they broke up. And then the next girl he got with just happened to look exactly like the lady. A little bit of Prince Charles action, except for Camilla didn't look like, Diana. Anyway, Now they've hooked back up again. He's taken a lot of trips to New York. But shit, his wife is cuckoo-cuckoo. His kids are sick. Ugh. It's a lot of stuff. Okay? So I think he decides this is a great opportunity to just like clean slate it. Okay? He's a tech guy. When a program isn't working, what do? You just delete it. Delete, and you start over. Okay? So I think that he saw all these medicines that she was on, and he came up with a plan. Now, timeline-wise, for her body temperature to be that low, she would have had to been exposed to cold for much longer than just like 20 minutes outside after losing that much blood because of the temperatures. So he crushes up the Seroquel or the lorazepam, whatever it was that was in the lemonade. She's like, I'm tired. He's like, you know what, baby? Take a nap. But this is much earlier in the day. This is a few hours earlier. But he needs her to be completely fucking knocked out. He opens up the window, lets all the motherfucking cold air in. Okay? Then, he bides his time. He starts texting himself from her watch all of these things. Like, oh, I'm too tired to cook dinner. How does takeout sound? Yada, 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 yada. Okay? Then, before he leaves the house, okay, he kills the kids. They are strangled. He has to send that fucking thing from his Surface Pro as part of his alibi. But it kind of fucked him up because of the timeline, because it only took 3 minutes to get from his house to the thing, right? Now, as a tech person, he would know how to send an email that was, set. You can set emails to be sent at certain times, right? You can delay it. You can do that in Gmail. You can do it in all these places. Okay. So he could have set that up earlier in the day. He goes. Now, some people think that the person in the CVS wasn't Patrick, that it was his friend that, by the way, also looks weirdly like him. Okay. He farts around. I think he's texting and calling himself from her watch in the CVS, establishing this electronic timeline because they didn't take the watch. They didn't do a dump. When they asked him, why didn't you do a data dump from the watch? They were like, well, it would just been duplicate from what showed from the phone. Because when your watch and your phone are married to each other, okay, even though your watch technically has its own phone line, okay, because it has to in order to talk to the watch, when you take the watch away from the phone and you make a call from that watch via magic in the phone company, it looks like it's coming from the phone. It shows up on the other phone that you call as your phone number, not as a different number. Okay? That's why they should have done a data dump from the watch, because it would have shown what device made that call. The phone records are going to show a call from the phone number associated with her phone. Okay. Then he goes to 3V. Okay. Picks up the food. While he's in 3V, he wasn't doing no work. He was looking at his cameras. Okay. He was looking at his cameras that he claimed weren't working because the Wi-Fi was out. Remember, he had all that trouble calling the 911 because he couldn't hook up to the Wi-Fi. Sir, do you have a phone plan or do you have a phone plan? Because the phone doesn't give a fuck if you're on Wi-Fi or not. It hooks up to the towers. Okay. He parks his car right next to his wife's car, casually walks inside. Hello. Now, while he's out, the neighbor sees her out the fucking window. Okay. Now, how did the whole thing with Lindsay happen? So I think he strangles the kids. She wakes up. She hears her babies struggling. Now she's on drugs. She's fucked up. She tries to get out of the room. He's got to quickly tie these fucking knots and get up there. So there's a struggle. Okay? There's a struggle. He's got this knife. He's grabbed the first knife that he can out of the block, runs up the stairs. Okay? And and now she's on drugs. And he's been telling her, I think he implanted this idea of voices while she was, already on the night Seroquel. Because the only time she ever heard the fucking voice was the night of the murders. Right? And I think he just kept telling her during this struggle, you're doing this, Lindsay. You're doing this. You're doing this. You did this. Right? So he's trying to slice her wrist. She's struggling. She's like, I got to get to my kids. He's like, you killed them. You killed them. Slice, slice, slice. Okay? The slices. Then he's pushing her towards the window. There's struggle. Look at where all the drops are, the majority of the pool. Okay? Now, jumping out the window, Supermaning yourself out the window wouldn't have landed you as close to the house as she landed. I think he's shoving her out the window. She's trying to get back up. But she's drugged, guys. So he shoves her. Okay? She lands straight on her head, ends up on her back. The Jefferson fracture. A Jefferson fracture will not explode a thyroid. That's not science. Okay? Then he goes, does the errands, comes back. Looks around the house. Oh, no. Where's everybody? Goes exactly where she is outside. Okay? Just knew where she was. Goes to see if she's dead. She is the dead. So what does he do? He fucking crushes or uses something to crush her fucking thyroid to the point where it exploded. Then calls 911, has that whole thing, okay? While she's under the propofol, under heavy guard, he can see her. I think he put that shit in her head that she did it while she was under the propofol. She wakes up. She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't know what's going on. Looking at his testimony, I don't see an emotional father. I see a guy who's like, yes, she did that. Yes, that was the day. No, that wasn't the day. He's also very nitpicky. Like, no, that's not Superman. That's Paw Patrol, very anal retentive about things. I think he was the controlling one in the relationship, not her. Okay. And now I think he's letting her take the rap for this because she wasn't expected to live. It was just all supposed to be on her. He did a good job letting her establish her fucking suicidal ideations for months. And then we throw in some postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and Bob's your uncle. Uh-oh, God, I just went out to get dinner. Why did this not happen while he was gone for 2 days or the 4 days? Why did none of this happen on any of the other times? It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. Yeah, you were on Seroquel for sleep at 50 milligrams. Apparently she took 200. That doesn't even make no sense. Yeah. No, so much of this stuff doesn't make sense. So if her body had been exposed to 32-degree weather for hours and then thrown out a window to sit on 30-degree snow, yes, the temperature drop makes sense. Right? And yes, after a Jefferson fracture, your body can stop registering things correctly too, but not in 20 minutes. Just wild, 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 wild shit. Okay, guys. Now, not only have I not eaten, I got to go pick up my kid from camp. So we're going to leave it here. We got according to the judge, big day of testimony tomorrow. Okay. I want to thank everybody for showing up today. Thank you so, so much. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for being members for all these months supporting me. I cannot tell you how grateful I am for that. I love you guys for that. Thank you so, so, so much. And thank you to my mod mafia guys. Please be nice to our newest mod, Angie. We're happy to have her. And it's, it's good stuff here. We got good stuff going on. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Once again at 9 a.m. because I got to drop my kid off at the camp. And then that's when I can get back. We'll play a little bit of catch up and then we'll be on it. We'll be on it. All right, guys. Until then, I will see you all on the flippity dippity.